and welcome to the Pokemon Unite Philippine Open for the Asia Champions League 2024. My name is JJ. I'm always here, always going to be with Pokemon Unite, and with me is Odaluz. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, and thank you for welcoming me here into the the center stage for Pokemon Unite here in the Philippines. This again is the regional qualifiers, in where we're finding the top two teams that we'll be sending over to Bangkok, Thailand.
Oh yeah, I mean, last time, in the 2023 finals, we were in Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur, but this time around, Bangkok, Thailand, I think is going to be a pretty neat place to have that amazing finals.
Lots of fun places to go to, for
Yeah.
sure. But lots of, I would say, intense actions will be brought to us by the Filipino players all across the board. This is day number 1, right? So we're trying to really dissect and filter out the teams to really find the top 2 teams that will be representing us for the upcoming regionals. And again, it's not that easy, right? To really qualify yourself into the international stage. But I dare say it, right? It's a very much needed requirement. You have to really filter out these teams because almost every team out there are very much capable.
I mean, everyone here is hungry to win. Everyone here is hungry to represent the Philippines for the upcoming regional stage.
Yeah.
And again, we have to remember, after they are done with the qualifiers, they still have to go through the playoffs, which, by the way, Talent and Elevate, the second placers for the World Championships last year in Yokohama, Japan, is waiting for them.
Right. And this is also a good reminder to our viewers out there. If you are supporting Talent Esports or Elevate Esports, you won't be seeing them just yet. We will be featuring the open registration teams that did really join this tournament. And we have to remind everyone, this is a free-to-join tournament. Anyone that wants to be a part of this tournament was given opportunity to join.
And speaking of opportunities as well, let's not forget to thank our official telco partner, Smart, the official telco partner of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 Philippine Open.
And we would like to welcome everyone that is currently watching us on different platforms as well. We are live on Facebook, on YouTube as well. And again, this is just a very refreshing sight to see. Because again, to our viewers out there, it's almost always going to be competitive, but when we talk about Pokemon Unite, it's all about having fun as well.
Now, speaking of having fun and being competitive as well, we have to give shout-outs as well to Malaysia and Singapore, who's already done with their regional qualifiers. We have Thailand as well having their playoffs right now. Currently, Indonesia is having their live stream along with us as well. India as well is there, already done, and man, Korea and Japan's first qualifiers are already over as well. So definitely we are one of those that still needs to finish their own regional qualifiers. Last
but definitely not the least, I guess. Because again, we have many competition all across the world right now, and there's been lots to unpack as well, right? Or when talking about other regions, how they play Pokemon Unite, we know that the Filipino players define their own meta, define their own strategies, and again, just moving forward to a potential meta breaker, because we've been seeing lots of bruisers. Are we going to find a sweet Filipino style type of dish today here, JJ Kun?
Well, that is going to be the question and going to be the surprise for us because, for the previous regional qualifiers, we've been seeing a lot of Intillion. We've seen a lot of Mew, Clefable. We have Lapras, Hoopa, and of course, we cannot forget Slowbro as well, being one of the, if not arguably the best tank in the game right now. The defending Pokemon, especially with the Slowbee, man, anyone could be stopped here.
I'm surprised that you did not bring out I would say one of the flavor of the month or flavor of the competitive meta right now in Mimikyu.
Mimikyu, man. Can never go wrong with Mimikyu.
It's definitely something that if you play around with properly can actually impact the game to your favor. And again, there's lots of mons that are available in the meta right now. But what really I want to see are the PH picks, basically. We've done reviewing KR, we've done reviewing MYSG, we've seen similarities here and there. But again, when talking about the Filipino minds, the way they think Pokemon Unite, we have had invented multiple metas already, right? Like the Venusaur sustained meta. It was from us. So do not be surprised if our Filipino teams will bring out something new to our viewers.
I mean, that's what makes them smart, ain't it? And speaking of smart as well, you can enjoy the power of smart when you switch to smart without changing your number via mobile number portability or MNP. Visit https://smrtph/switch to smart to know more.
And there is an ongoing Smart Giga Arena that is open to all Smart and TNT subscribers, where you can join an array of arcade games and esports tournaments with many games, with many titles. So to get started, you just have to create your account via gigaarena.smart using your Smart or TNT mobile numbers.
There we have it. And man, I'm just really excited to see the action right now. The first match that we're going to have is going to be Zelig versus Rated PG. You know, Rated PG here is one of the really stronger, consistent teams in the Philippines, and they've been playing in a lot of tournaments as well. But speaking of tournaments, we have the prize pool as well. It's really grand, and we're gonna be showing you guys the prize pool in just a bit.
Prize pool, definitely I would say the spice.
That's
of everything, right? We do have the $20,000 prize pool for this Philippines Open 2023, and I want a piece of that.
Yeah, here's the breakdown as well. We have $6,000 for the first place. Second place is $4,000. Third is going to be getting $3,000. Fourth is $2,000. Fifth is $1,500, and sixth as well. And 7 and 8 is going to be getting $1,000 USD. And man, 20K USD is like what, converted to a million and one peso?
Yeah, with the conversion rate that we do. Back in our day,
Right.
it was just a million, but now it's a million and change for sure.
Right.
Now we move over to the match schedule for today, and we will have the first 3 matches, but we'll have plenty more for our viewers out there. Speaking of which, our first 3 matches will be Zelig versus Rated PG, followed by Night Fox versus Pikachu. Apple and Reincarnation Nism versus Terrible.
There we go. And man, I'm seeing some familiar team names here, and definitely crowd favorites, I would say, and community favorites. There we go. So we have Rated PG, we have PNK Apple, we have Night Fox as well. So these are some matches that we need to see. Although we still don't know who's gonna be our matches for round number 2, but we just have to focus on the matches for this time around.
Yeah. All these matches will happen simultaneously, right? So as we progress throughout day number 1, it will feature the round 1 matches followed by the round 2 matches during the second half of our show.
Oh, here we go. We're just going to be heading into the game straight. They're already starting their draft. So this is going to be a Zelig versus a Rated PG. Very beautiful broadcast layout, by the way.
Yeah. Something new and something very eye-catching. I'm talking about you, by the way. But yeah, we'll see though. I wonder what side will be the teams are on. Because I would say, there are a lot of teams that favor the first pick right now on the purple side, just because of how many meta Pokemons that are available right now in the meta. You basically can dictate the entire flow of the draft just by going through that. And it does look like that the Mimikyu will be respected here. Kind of expected here, JJ.
I mean, as we have mentioned earlier, Mimikyu is one of the strongest Pokemon right now in the meta, and Hoopa definitely can never go wrong with Hoopa, especially the huge mobility that it gives to the team. So definitely very good bans here for both of the teams.
Yeah, Mimikyu has really cemented himself as the go-to if you want to go for the pick-off composition. And again, teams that are centered around Mimikyu, especially when played in the central area, funneled in the XP, in the XP department, can actually just take down the carries of your opponent. So that's a very, very respectable ban coming from, I believe this is Rated PG, but we could be wrong. We're going to wait for further details as we move forward. Now, the first pick, I love this. Inteleon gets priority here and will be our opening pickup.
Right, so, definitely going to be a huge backlane attacker, huge poking, and at the same time, there is also the Glaceon. Your favorite Pokemons, really. We have the Glaceon, we have the Umbreon as well.
Don't get me started, bro.
Oh, wait, no, it's a change with the Blissey.
Yeah, Blissey. Supports, I wonder what the picks are on the other side, but
On the
we'll
other side,
get
right.
everything sorted out. But does look like the meta Pokemons, right? Those Pokemons that has seen lots of relevance in the other regions are still the same Pokemons that our players default back to. Zacian!
Oh, Zacian! I mean, the one on your pin right now. It's
Oh, yeah.
Zacian. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. I mean, again, we have the Blastoise, could be the tank. Double tank, really. Pseudo tank here, along with that of the Umbreon. But going into the orange side, we still don't know which one is on which side, but Umbreon, Slowbro.
Wow.
We have the Sustain here, that is the Eldegoss, the Mew, and of course, a mid-range attacker here, that is the Cramorant. Definitely a very balanced composition here, along with the other team. So it's really going to be ending up to how they're going to be playing this.
I'm trying to assess the lineups right now, and at one glance, they do have very specific playstyle. Both of them does have pokes. Mew on the other team, meanwhile, of course, Inteleon. But it depends, right? Like Inteleon does have two paths altogether. Like you can go for the snipe shot, or you can go for the liquidation.
Right. I mean, at the same time, you can never go, especially if you can control Mew at the same time, right? Like Mew has this move reset, can go in for the Solar Beam, and of course, the Electro Ball as well. But here we have, it seems as if Rated PG is going to be the one on the right side, the orange side, and Zelig is on the one at the violet side.
And this is great because again, it's half expected. I guess one of the Pokemons that did really surprise me is the Eldegoss pickup, but that's one of the standard supports that when it comes to comfort, if you actually do know how to utilize this perfectly, that will be at your advantage. Zacian though, very heavy hitting at the early stages of the game.
And there you have it, definitely going to be the amazing Punisher from the side of Rated PG, especially with the Zacian into that of the top path. Really going to be a lot of pressure here, but here comes the Glaceon as well, just trying to, answer back to Rated PG.
Wow.
But my goodness, amazing pickup here by the Zacian immediately to, disengage.
Yeah, that's a double KO or 2 KOs already to the side of Rated PG, also converting it into an early slam for all those stacking items that this Zacian might have right now. And again, this is what we expected. Zacian is really very strong in the early stages of the game just because of the Intrepid Sword.
Right, and here we have it. We're going to be seeing a little bit of a clash here, but Zacian, despite having low HP, is going to be able to take down one. But there goes the Squirtle as well, being down along with it.
Rated PG is really asserting their dominance on the top side. Meanwhile, here in the bottom lane, it's kind of a trade-off every now and then. Cramorant paired with the Slowbro. Of course, Slowbro is being picked as the defender, really one of the meta defenders that we have at the moment, just because of his Unite move.
Slow beam. Right, but here we can see as well, right, in the bottom path, they're just, this Slowbro is just allowing the Cramorant to get his XP as much as he can and just tanking out the damage for themselves. But going to the top path, my goodness, Zacian is not scared at all. Going to be able to take down that Blissey as well. But here comes Icon Spear. It's not going to be enough though. But there is the squirting into that of the Water Toll.
Renzue.
It's
Renzu.
There you go.
Biting off more than he can chew, but here comes the backup. Here comes the Mew, and that will be a very easy takedown. Rated PG. They give an inch, but they won't be giving a mile.
Right, so here we have it going into the 720 mark. Going to be able to see the second set of bees here. Second set of birds.
And we're looking at a very low scoring game here, JJ. Now, you look at the amount of points that has been amassed here by Rated PG. If they ever get a game-defining skirmish, they can really translate it into a very big advantage. And look at Renzu. on the top side again and again.
And that's what they're doing right now. They're asserting dominance, going in for the Metal Claw instead of the usual Sacred Sword. But they're having 30 points for that of Mania with the Eldegoss.
This is what we were saying, right? Just give them an opening and they will be slamming all those 30 points that they were able to amass for themselves. But here comes the Umbreon.
Oh my goodness, gets the mean look as well. That is going to be a huge threat here for Rated PG, especially for when there's a huge clash when the Zacian comes in and it's not going to be able to touch in. But there goes the amazing Solar Beam as well. Going to be able to take down one. The Slower is going to be going down as well. But the question is, would they be able to steal away this Reggie Ice? Yes, they will. Rated PG is going to be able to secure it. But the question is, would they be able to get away right now? But here comes the Ice Skull Spear. But getting in that Citrus Berry going to allow it to stay for another day.
And the buff is really helping them defend their bot lane tower. They can easily translate it into another slam. And Zama going for the fast break play here in the bot lane is Rated PG.
2 KO in the process for Rated PG as they are going to be able to secure, maybe destroy the first score goal.
Lots of points.
Not yet. And the Slowbro did not go in for a push here. But here you go, a little bit of an invade here for the Zacian, just buying a little bit of time. But my goodness, beautiful response from the Mew with the Solar Beam. Gonna be able to take down that Umbreon. Yeah, sure, it may be a 1v1 take, but man, that was beautiful.
I really think that, you know, at its current state, Zacian is definitely overpowered. And we saw it there live, JJ.
2v1.
And with that little HP, mind you, right? That's really what is crazy to me right now. Rated PG is really just pushing the pedal to the metal. Now, this Regieleki will be the next one to be contested by both these teams. Finally, the Blastoise and all the Unite moves are available, so this could be our very first explosive 5v5.
But we have to remember, Zacian and Inteleon doesn't have their Unite moves yet. Not going to be able to see a little bit into that other tall grass. But here comes the Bliss assistance to get some sustain. But the Slow Beam is going to be popped up as well. And the Cramorant with its Unite move. Golden Gun Missile going to be able to take down a little bit of damage. But the Mew here, 2 KOs. They'll make a 3 into that side of the Zelig. Beautiful play from Rated PG.
Can't do it in front of us. Insta cancel coming from the Slowbro. And now here comes Rated PG. They're not yet done. One by one, they tried to go in. They were able to destroy at least one tower here, JJ.
Man, they're still not over here. They still want a little bit of a skirmish here, and the Umbreon is up here as well. Has that amazing mean look as well, and they're going to be able to take down that Umbreon, the biggest threat right now, into the side of Rated PG, and they're having 1-for-1 trade, but the Zacian was left alone down bottom to take that Registeel.
This Mew has really spelled the difference here for Rated PG. All his pokes are connecting one by one. Smooth like butter it is. And you look at that eject button. It was very much needed.
Yes, sir.
Just to disengage from that long-range snipe coming from the Mew. And Rated PG 4-man strong here on the Regieleki.
2 KO down bottom.
That's a 1v2. Again, I guess Zacian is OP, my friend.
And I like what Toji is doing here with his Slowbro as well, just buying a little bit of time for their team and going to be able to secure that Regieleki as well. As you can see, you know, they are now preparing into that of the upcoming Rayquaza fight, just allowing the Regieleki to be itself up top.
Yeah, distraction play is what is needed right now by Rated PG to assert their possessions just ahead of any potential team fights. Rated PG almost quadrupling the points of Zelig right now. And although this is a massive advantage to the side of Rated PG, it's not yet over. Zelig, if they ever find a team fight that will favor them at one point, this can easily turn around.
Right, but we have to remember as well, Zacian is already at level 13, the highest one in the game right now. Cramorant at level 12, always ready to pop its Unite move, Golden Gun Missile to do some huge pressure from the back lane.
And again, the defender stare down, right? The Blastoise versus Slowbro. Round number 1 went over to Slowbro, and it was a massive one. Again, talking about the Mew, he has been allowed to dish out lots of pokes. All the Hyper Beams are connecting. Inteleon
going to be able to use its liquidation, but not going to put up a lot of damage. And man, this Solar Beam again from the Mew, amazingly hitting this Inteleon. Huge damage as well.
5 seconds before the Reggie buff spawns up, and that could just spell another advantage.
Beautiful timing.
and they will be securing it without any contestation from Zelig.
There we have it. Are they going to be able to get it? Yes, they will. Just in the nick of time. 1 second before the Rayquaza comes up. But here it goes. Some split push coming in from that of the Blitz. He's going to be getting in that 80, but still not going to be enough. He still need to take in that Rayquaza. But there we have it. Blastoise, Hydro Typhoon, not going to be able to hit because of the slow beam from the slow bro. But Counter Wild Vessel is going to be coming up as well. Going to be able to take down 4 into the side with Zelig. And it is just a Glaceon up left. And Zacian is not going to go anywhere and take that up. That is a team wipe for Zelig.
And the major prize is this Rayquaza buff that will be joining Rated PG, allowing them to slam more points, converting it into a win. Twice in a row, we saw this Blastoise try to cast his Hydro Typhoon. Twice in a row, it got cancelled by Rated PG.
Beautiful play coming in from Toji. Beautiful, just targeting it into that of the Blastoise, knowing that it can knock up everyone and turn the tables around. They knew their priority, they knew their targets, and they went for it.
And now it's just a slow march down onto the last hour. Finally, the Hydro Typhoon connects, but that's too little, too late.
And there we have it. It is a huge, huge lead now for Rated PG. I don't think Zelig's going to be able to catch up here, especially that there's only like 40 seconds left here. They don't have any points, and not everyone is currently spawned here.
Yeah, Umbreon trying to just defend their third-tier tower here, but really, like, Zelig knows that this is all already over and that they are basically just talking about what to do the next time out. This Inteleon, it is very quote-unquote intelligent pick, so to speak, but it was played differently than what I expected it to be.
Right. I mean, especially that it has a lot of poking with the snipe shot.
Right.
But this time around, I'd have to say that I agree that snipe shots, I think, would have been a better pick here. Right? Especially that Zacian can get in so quick on you and delete you from the game.
Zacian has started this game on fire. Never looked back.
Ended it with the same energy, dude.
Oh, yeah, like start to finish. Still, though, our, what we would say, unsung hero should be the slow bro.
It is definitely the slow bro, because if it wasn't for the slow bro, especially with the beautiful timing on that slow beam, on all clashes, really.
Right.
On all clashes, Toji was just enabling everyone in their side.
It's more of addition by subtraction, right? Like, you take away the Hydro Typhoon, there's really no massive way for Zelig to set up their team fights, and Sidon over and over again gets denied of that prize setup for Zelig. And again, this is RPG, just running away with things.
Right, but we have to comment as well, you know, Hero 108 here is doing their best, giving a little bit of sustain here for their team. Beautiful work here from the support into the side of Zelig. But again, this is a best of 3. Sure, RPG may have won this time, but there is still the second game.
I really think that Zacian needs to be respected here, JJ. I feel that Zacian is at a state in where if you don't invest at least 2 or 3 Unite moves, you cannot control his late game. And again, just talking about his early access to damage that you won't be expecting at the first few minutes of the game, it's kind of expected that, you know, this Zacian will be winning the top side by himself, and that he did. That he did, my friend.
And I guess that is also why they wanted to ban out the Mimikyu, just because of the fact that, you know, Mimikyu can always just get in, Shadow Snake, teleport, delete Zacian.
Play with me.
Play with me. Play with no. I mean, it is the only Unite move along with Slow Beam that can supersede anything.
Yeah.
Right. Including unstoppable status, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Good planning overall, and I would say that if game number 2 will allow Renzu to play the same Pokemon, and I think
they cannot allow it. Zelig. They cannot allow this to happen again.
Zelig. They try their best, right? Like, Zelig is a team that we know is fairly new in the competitive scene, and I would say, you know, one of the they could be first timers, right? Or maybe just, you know, 1 or 2 or 3 times that they have joined a tournament. But this is a very crucial point in the tournament because, again,
especially day 1.
Exactly, round 1 means that if you get defeated, that's it. That's it for your tournament chances.
The double eliminations only starts on day number 2. Day 1, if you lose, goodbye. We'll see you next year.
JJ, it's definitely going to be an uphill battle for Zelig. But chances are there will be adjustments here and there. Looking at the, I'm definitely looking at the Zacian because
for those banning the Zacian.
Truly, for those that are wondering, Zacian right now has the highest win rate in the ladder, and you look at the competitive games that Zacian has sneaked into. He's also very effective.
And at the same time, here's the thing though: if they respect ban the Zacian, we still have the Urshifu. We still have the Mimikyu, perhaps, because Zelig banned out the Hoopa first, right? So, if they are going to be going the first pick right now, then Mimikyu is going to be open.
I'd rather have it as my problem than the I would say bigger and harder problem to solve in Zacian. And I'm saying this after countless hours of study here, JJ. I feel that Zacian is at the stage in where he can really heavily influence all these matches. And again, we're talking about professional players that can really min-max, that can really maximize any kit of all these Pokemons. And JJ, I feel that Zacian is that one Pokemon that can snowball the game for you.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Definitely. And I mean, Renzu showed it to us. I mean, there's nothing else to say. I mean, if you let... And here's one more thing, right? Renzu was let alone there just to invade, get in all the, the XP that it needs. And from there on out, from the early game, it immediately just snowballed up into the late game.
One way to control a potential encounter with a Zacian is to not fight at all. Avoid fights that will feature just a 2v2, right? Try to bait him out. Surely Zacian will go over aggressive at times in where your central mon or central area Pokemon can actually just go for a surprise flank, and all the surprise attacks can slow down Zacian. Still, though, it is a problem that can easily be solved by one ban button.
That's true. That is true. I mean, either that, or you could just steal it away from them.
Yeah, exactly. They had priority, right?
They had a different priority.
They were on purple side. They went for Inteleon. And although I kind of respect the idea, I'm still a bigger fan of Snapshot than Liquidation. I feel that Snapshot, especially in the current meta in where you kind of want to have that chip damage across and all those AoEs as well, is very much what was used by Rated PG as well. We saw that
with Mew
over and over again, beaming all the members of Zelig. It was just too much to handle.
It was definitely. I mean, they have the frontliners, they have the bruisers, they have the backlane. They're complete, right? And they also have the the secondary attack from the mid range, that is the Cramorant as well, to add up into their attacking prowess as well. But going back though, with Zelig, what do you think could they do in order to make an adjustment going into game number 2?
Lots of problems to solve, but gameplay wise, I think that they have to pick a winning lane topside, because they cannot let Renzu take control from the onset of the game. And we saw that with the Zacian pick. I feel that even on a different Pokemon, he can still be as effective. Now as we enter into the drafting phase for game number 2, we will see what will be the adjustments here by Zelig, because it does look like that they're still on the same side.
Right, and here we go. They still have the first ban. And they still have the first pick. So let's find out if they're going to be changing up their priorities into their picks. Because, Inteleon, again, very respectable pick here.
Okay.
But as a priority pick, I'm not entirely sure about that.
I feel that the power of Zacian right now should at least allow Zelig to prioritize the Pokemon, but that's not going to happen. Inteleon will still be prioritized here. And again, Rated PG with Toji again on the slow, bro. Being able to counter out all engages coming from the Blastoise is just massive.
And they were able to get in the Zacian once again. It's looking more bleak right now for Zelig.
Look me into the eye, my brother. It's over.
Maybe not yet. Maybe not yet. Let's not be ahead of ourselves. But it's as if they're going in for the same composition as game number 1.
Which is really surprising. Zelig is saying it's not the comp that was the problem. It was the execution and rated PG. Oh,
wow. Going for the Gardevoir.
Yeah, curveball is the Gardevoir instead of the Mew. I believe Mew was selected 4th for rated PG. And although Gardevoir also presents a pack in terms of damage, I feel that Mew is a lot safer.
Right. I mean, the main difference here, right, for Gardevoir and that of the Mew is that, sure, Mew has the damage, but Gardevoir definitely puts in a lot more crowd control. But Pikachu being the last pick here, definitely they're gunning in for a much more crowd control, allowing that Zacian to push in all the damage.
Yeah, it still is about the Zacian. Come mid-game, come late game. Sooner or later, this Pikachu will, somehow help in terms of damage. Especially in all this massive team fights. But then again, you look at the composition here by Zelig. Lots of tankiness still, right? They still have the Umbreon, they still have the Blastoise.
It's the same.
Yeah.
It's the same composition from earlier. But let's find out, though, how they're going to be changing this up for game number 2. Because if they have the same composition in game number 1, Rated Pikachu already knows what's going to happen and what they need to do to repeat what happened in game number 1.
Rinse and repeat is how we say it, right? Zelig, though, I feel that they just need to patch their top side. If they don't allow Renzu all those skirmishes, all those early advantages, then it could have been, fairly different. We saw flashes of Zelig finding some advantages in some skirmishes, and again, they are also able to translate those victories into goals that is very much needed for XP and for tempo as well. But JJ, it's easier said than done. Again, the problem that Zacian presents in any given draft is understated right now. It's a Pokemon that has a 54% win rate in the ladder.
Not even 49, 54, dude. And I mean, right now, sure, they might have the Umbreon. They might have the Umbreon, especially with the Mean. I think that is the biggest threat here for that of the Zacian. But the thing here is, there's still the Gardevoir. There's still the Pikachu that could do backlane damage.
I think the Pikachu will be left by himself here in the bottom area. So it will be a double. Yeah, it will
with
be.
the Slowbro.
Oh, yeah, with the Slowbro still. Okay,
so it's going to be more of like the same kind of like play. Instead of the Cramorant, right? It's just they're just going to allow the Pikachu to get as much XP as he can.
So it's not what we saw from other regions in where we see Pikachu being left by himself. So this is more of like, we take care of our Pikachu, similar as to how Ash does it. And but at least now, Zelig, they're adjusting. Yeah, they're adjusting. They're not giving the fights that the Zacian wants at the early stages of the game. And again, that's just recognizing that if he has an Intrepid Sword, respect has to be given.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I mean, right now, especially with the Squirtle into the side of Zelig, they are no longer, overextending. Sure, you need your stacks, but you need to be, smart as well as to when you are going to be putting those dunks.
Yeah, and I think it's, I would say, a very even trade here. Zelig prioritizing the top side. The birds went to their side, I assume. But
oh, not quite yet. Here goes the Intrepid Sword. Sacred Sword. It's no longer the Metal Claw, but they're not going to put in more damage here. They need to get a little beautiful dash out here by Renzu just to delay the inevitable feint.
Do you see how aggressive he was? He used a check button just to follow in. And same can be said for this Umbreon. This Umbreon, though, still very tanky.
There you go. There goes the Min Look just to, stop them from pushing in. But we have to remember the AoE attacks here of Pikachu. Well, you target it up.
8 minutes, though. Central area, center of the field. And that will just be taken by the members of Rated PG. And again, this is, kind of the trade-off that you play with the Zacian. You kind of use the energy, or you kind of use the points for additional damage, but it's not really a problem, especially if you cannot slam it anyway, right?
Right, but here we have the first dunk here coming into the side of the Squirtle. The Zelig, of course, but here comes the second KO as well into the game. That is the Inteleon going down.
Too far
but overextension! Beautiful punish from Zelig, and that is going to be the Glaceon 2 KO in the process. It's no longer looking like the same one as game number 1.
This is what we're talking about, right? Zacian is that Pokemon that will be very aggressive. Sometimes a little bit over-aggressive. Now here in the bottom area, a return, turn around here. Immediately, intelligence damage needs to be respected.
Right, and here we have it as well. Meow. Just, getting a little bit of being the ward here, just checking out if there's any opposing Pokemon into the side of Rated PG. But here comes the Reggie Eyes down bottom.
Yeah, Reggie is definitely one of the, I would say, Reggies that often gets contested at the early stages of the game. Now Meow attacking all he can, no casualty as of yet. And it will be a 4v4 Zacian going for a flag play here.
Yeah, they're already invading, getting in all the buffs from Zelig in preparation to sandwich Zelig into that of the bottom path. But here it still doesn't have the Unite move though, still at level 8. But here comes Rated PG, just making sure that they're using the Reggie to bait out Zelig.
Stand off, and again, the sustain being provided by all the supports that we have.
Level 9 Zacian going down. Here comes the clash, and there you have it. The Unite move is going to be popped up as well. It's going to be 2 KO for Zacian. Beautiful stuff. Intermittent sword as well with the sacred sword. Beautiful flank by Renzu. And here is what we're talking about. Sure, it may have been delayed from earlier, but it's still happening again. The same thing from game number 1.
Rated PG just knows how to play around their Zacian. And they're still pushing for tempo here in the bottom area. Yeah, sure, Mean Look will save himself, but the tower will finally get, I would say, dunked on. 10 points before it gets destroyed here, and I feel that Rated PG will still, play it slow.
Right, and here we have it.
Wow.
Right? Zelig was left alone with G Pokemon up top, will be able to destroy that first tier scope goal. So, Rated PG is playing a little bit safer now in comparison to earlier, because I think they know that, hey, we weren't able to get the pressure up from the early game, so we have to be wary a little bit right now of how we're going to be entered.
A very successful defense here by Zelig, and they were able to turn around, getting the points for themselves. It's a very close battle indeed. But the problem is still here, right, for the side of Zelig.
Zacian is going to get sandwiched here, and with the Azure Spire Vision, they're going to be able to
there
get
you
to stay
go.
there. The Vision on the tall grass. Beautiful timing on that Unite move from Inu.
Yeah, good punish overall. Slowbro is here, and they could just get collapsed on. One has to play sacrifice here.
Oh my goodness. That one Pokemon, the two of the biggest attackers here from Rated PG is going to be taken down. Zelig need to take advantage of this.
Tanky.
They need to get that capitalization. But here comes the slow beam as well. Thunderstorm is going to pop up and the Hydro Typhoon to knock it up. But it is going to be the Umbreon going down and the Slowbro as well. 2 down into the side of Rated PG right now. But the Zacian and that of the Gardevoir is going to be able to put in a little bit of damage before they disengage.
The amount of time the Slowbro bought him, his team, is just massive. Able to at least wait for the Zacian to come in. For the punishment is Rated PG. Now they're not yet done. This Slowbro, very tanky. There is a reason why he's one of the top defenders that we have in the meta.
Right, and at the same time, Renzu here just went in to get a little bit of bird here, a little bit of an XP in preparation for the Reggie steal. As we see, everyone from Rated PG is currently down bottom, outnumbering Zelig. So let's find out how Zelig is going to be able to enter here. Gets the Surf and the Thunderbolt to stun down, and the Fairly Singularity going to be able to take down the Blastoise as well. But here comes a little bit of an attack into that of Renzu, going to be able to take down 2 as well from the Pikachu, and that's gonna be 3 down from Zelig.
Yeah. Low respawn timers though, and Zelig will still be able to at least contest this Regieleki if they ever decide to go all in on it. And you look at the points that is being, I would say, pocketed right now by the time, or by the Z-League members. If they ever get this Regieleki and deliver it onto the top side, they will really be able to make this game a little bit closer. Now, finally, it does look like it's a very clear secure on the side of Zelig. PG, though, goes for the counter play, cross-map play here in the bottom area.
Right, they didn't even care about the Regieleki. They know that they can stop it, but the question here is, would they be able to answer? And they did. Destroy the second score goal as well down bottom, but here comes a little bit of numbering from the side of Zelig. That's going to be liquidation, going to be able to take down that Slowbro as well, but the Gardevoir still looking to get away.
Zacian is here, coming from the flank. It's a 4v5 though.
They are a little bit too late here as Renzo is now here. Gets Mean Look as well. beautiful hit and not going to be able to take down anyone into the side of Zelig except for that Blastoise.
Allowing for their carry to survive is massive for Zelig. Now they still have the position to contest for this Ray battle. Whoever takes this wins the game.
Right, and here we have it as well. Rated PG is slowly but forming a wall into that of the Rayquaza, but Zelig coming in from the back line here into baiting Rated PG to attacking them.
Yeah, Blissey is just there to check areas. Zacian, though, will be able to find one.
Oh my goodness. That's going to be 2. That's the Umbreon. They're going to be
Hydro
targeted.
Typhoon.
But the Hydro Typhoon is going to be stopped by the slow beam again. Bliss assistance to get a little bit of a sustain here, but it's still going to be taken down by that of Renzu. That's going to be 2 down for the side of Rated PG. Now they have the numbers, and it looks like they're buying a little bit of a time here. Being the defender, being the attacker as well. Into the side of Rated PG to get that Rayquaza. But here comes the Azure Spy Vision as well. Not going to be able to do a lot here.
He
as
survived.
the Pikachu is going to push away that Intillion.
Yeah, still, there is a chance for them to steal this.
Oh my goodness,
No.
it is not going to be the steal here as Rated PG gets a Rayquaza, powered by Smart.
Did not expect that, but that's definitely Rated PG getting a massive lead once again, allowing themselves to get that Ray buff, and we're just pushing down the mid lane to just get more points. Dunking one by one, what a goal!
My goodness, it is definitely one of the game of all time. Renzo being allowed to just flank in from the back lane. I mean,
know.
Man, that was the start.
Yeah, he saw the Umbreon and did not mind focusing down one of the tanks. Oftentimes, you don't want to focus down the tanks. But the damage of the Zacian, Renzu is still very capable right now, and we're just looking at the formalities here, ladies and gentlemen. We have our first team to advance onto round number 2 in Rated PG.
Getting into 2-0 for our first game of the day. And as you have mentioned, now part of top 16.
Wow. Zelig did all the adjustments necessary to make it a more interesting battle. But in the end, in that Ray fight, you could see that everyone was scattered. The formation wasn't there for Zelig, and they were not really able to protect their carries. Sure, they did not go down, but the thing here is they cannot dish out the damage to primary targets.
Here's the thing, right? Like, Zelig was able to adjust it through early game.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, just one clash. It only took one clash for RPG to get back. And at the same time, I have to commend here Mania with the Eldegoss. Just because the fact that, remember, earlier the Rayquaza fight, Renzu flanked in. And Mania was able to get that and supported Renzu, allowing it to sustain itself despite of being on the back line.
Renzu was not able to use his Unite move at all for the entire duration of that Ray fight as well. By the way, Cheese was also very influential in this game. He was awarded the MVP.
Right.
You see the amount of damage that Cheese was able to dish out.
75K.
Not the Mew, but again, it's allowing your crowd control to be that waller, to be that booster for Renzu and Kian to do their thing.
Man, especially Kian as well. Sure, the mean look coming in from the Umbreon is stopping a lot of Pokemon, especially Renzu. But sure, you might have been able to get away, but there's still Kian with the Thunderbolt stopping that Umbreon from its tracks.
Exactly. It's one way to do it, right? Same draft overall for ZL. RPG did not mind. We are going to win using 2 different sets of Pokemon. And Renzu still at the forefront of everything. Sure, it's not as impactful. He's not the same, it's not the MVP performance that we saw in game number 1. But the thing here is with Zacian, it's not really needed every time, right? Like, just the amount of attention that is needed to be given to you in that Pokemon or to that Pokemon is really massive in this state of the meta.
Right. I mean, I guess one of the things here is that you really need, one of the things that you need to take note of is if there is an opponent Zacian, you always need to mark it, because I think that is one of the things that what do you call it? Like Rated PG actually capitalize on, because Renzu is all across the map, not being marked, allowing it to just roam around and just do its job.
Yeah. Toji.
Oh man,
Toji on the
beautiful.
Okay, so it's been the theme, right? Like, if one team goes for the Blastoise, Slowbro, if
Slowbro.
it's open, just try to
Right.
lock it down. And again, with the ban on the Mimikyu, there's really no other Pokemon that can supersede all these uncontrollables, and unstoppables coming in from I would say the opposing team.
Right.
And the Slowbro just makes a lot of sense. All these meta picks are being seen right now here in the Philippines as well. That's just the first game. Lots to unpack as well.
Right, but with that being said, though, that is only our first game of the day. We're still going to have a lot more matches here, so don't go anywhere and be right back here when we come back after this short break.
One game down, but plenty more of games to follow through. We are back here for the Philippines Open qualifier. Again, this Pokemon Unite 2024, Adeluz and JJ Kun.
Yeah, I mean, we just have to go back to game number 1. You know, we have Zelig, rated PG. It was a very quick, decisive win for rated PG here, 2-0. And I think we're going to be getting in more matches like that in the preceding tournament, in the preceding games.
This is what happens when, you know, the more experienced teams gets to face against, I would say, teams that are still trying to find their identity. And we saw rated PG just capitalize for minute number 1. That's the Asian pick really providing the difference, or really providing dividends for one team to advance. Now, I wonder if the second match will also feature the same sets of Pokemons. I do understand that there are a lot of, I would say, meta picks that will be repeated over and over again as the tournament progresses. But again, JJ Kun, I feel that Zacian is a very big problem to solve.
Right. But, you know, there's another problem that everyone needs to take care of as of right now, because if you cannot proceed and advance from round number 1, you won't be able to get a piece of the prize pool.
GG, good night indeed. And the prize pool is 20,000 US dollars, easily converted to 1 million pesos and some change.
And some change, yes.
Actually, a lot of change.
A lot of change
right now. First placer will be getting 6,000 USD, followed by 4,000 for the second placer. And then you see the breakdown right in front of you. Everybody that has been, you know, a fan of Pokemon Unite and friends of pro teams as well.
Right. You know, I just realized as well, you know, like, since there are 2 invited teams, we have the Talon Esports
And
already,
Elevate,
by the way, you know, managed by Birdie here. By the way, shout out to Birdie. He's the one right now managing the community. And of course, Elevate Esports, they're already guaranteed the 1,000 USD.
That's not their goal.
That's not it. Oh, obviously, but I'm just saying, right? But speaking of goals, we still need to find out what the matches are next. Here comes the schedule.
I think we'll have some updates here. Our first match, no, actually, this is still the first 3 matches that we have announced during the pre-show. Zelig versus Rated PG, with Rated PG already coming out on top.
2-0.
Now, Night Fox versus PNK Apo and Reincarnationism versus Terraval will be our next matches.
Right. These names are really new, especially for the third game. But for our second game, Night Fox and PNK Apo, they have been in the community for quite a while.
Yeah.
And man, it is a Night Fox is a household name now for the Unite community in the Philippines, and they have been, as I've heard, almost getting in a lot of those wins, especially with the top teams in the Philippines. So this is something to look forward to.
Wait, are you saying that we have a dark horse?
This is, I believe,
right?
the dark horse of the tournament.
Whew. Okay, well, very exciting times, and this will definitely start that narrative for them. Now, against PNK Apo, it's definitely not going to be that easy. Now, we enter the drafting phase here. I wonder what the bans will be. So far, we have been seeing the same bans all over again. The Hoopa has been banned away, and as well as the Mimikyu. Now, PNK Apo will be denying the Mew. And Zacian gets respected here by Night Fox, to the delight of your casters.
I mean, we saw how much Night Fox is, how much Zacian is doing so much work and doing everything for the team. But now that it's not going to be out, there's
You know what? Okay, so the thing about Zacian is it really just fits the Filipino playstyle.
Yeah.
No, it's more so the Filipino playstyle is more in your face.
Right.
Right? And the Filipino players really gets to maximize all these Pokemons that has that in their kit. And then I feel like, you know, that has to be respected. Night Fox, good job by them by denying that pick. PNK Apo will be selecting and prioritizing the Umbreon. Immediately gets answered by Inteleon and Mimikyu.
Right, and we already talked about Mimikyu earlier. We don't need to talk about it now. We just need to watch how it plays. But the Inteleon, we might be able to see a little bit of a difference here into how Night Fox is going to be able to play this Inteleon. But Apo here is going to be answering back with the Fable for just a sustain.
Standard.
And let's see what is the next one here from Apple before we head
Possibly
back to
another defender, right? Because again, it's all about flexibility heading into the top. Heading into your last 2 picks, PNK Apple could just decide to go for the Blastoise here or Slowbro because those are the 2 defenders that are very much available right now. However, if you go for Slowbro, it might just be an overkill on towards the lockdown side of things because you already have the Umbreon.
But here's the thing, though. If they're going to be going in for the Slowbro, you have to remember that the Mean-Look and Slow Beam and Telekinesis even are only a single target, right?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
why if you're going to be going for that, you
instead.
could go for the Surf. But here comes the Lapras, especially with its Ice Beam to slow everyone up that it's going to be hitting, or go for the Bubble Beam to get a little bit of a knockup.
Just balancing things out. One single lockdown paired with an AoE crowd control can really spell dividends for their team. Night Fox going for the curveball, and here comes
the Hoopa. Right, but I'm really surprised as well that Night Fox is going in for the Trevenant here. We haven't seen this quite a while, but PNK Apple going in for the Chandler could be, going in for a little bit more of a crowd control here, especially Poltergeist, or maybe even go for Imprison to disable the moves of Night Fox.
They need more damage though, PNK
That
Apple.
is true. But I mean, there's also the what do you call it? Like Leafeon has a huge damage here. We also have Chandler with the overheat, putting in a lot of damage. But Night Fox here, they have superbly a huge amount of mobility. We have the Talon Plane that could just like get in, get out, score in, and huge bursts of damage as well with Fly. And of course, Hoopa here coming in with its Hyperspace Hole.
Hoopa is like the cheat code of mobility in the game.
Could go anywhere from the top pad to the bottom pad in a second.
Back in our day, we call it Game Shark.
Oh.
You remember? There we go. We start this game. This is game number 1 of our second series between PNK Apple and Night Fox. Looks like that it will be the central area Talonflame, which is kind of expected. And Chandelure for central area for PNK.
Chandler is going to get funneled down here with the help of the Clefable again with XP share as well.
Ooh. Looks like the first goal was secured here by PNK Apple. An immediate eject button. Now, is there going to be a KO? Not as of yet.
Ooh, wow. Double EVs down bottom right now. And they can just get in a little bit of their what do you call this? They're going to be trying to get in their stacks here, especially with that of the Trevenant, who wants to be as bulky as possible. But here comes the Lapras, already at level 4, now has access to Whirlpool.
Yeah, thing here is, again, when talking about Hoopa, it's almost certain that he will have the advantage in the laning stages, right? Like, even the passive really helps a lot. And talking about mobility, Talonflame gets his own goal here. I wonder what his health items are, because oftentimes, we see all the stacking.
Right, and we weren't able to see the battle items as well.
Right, exactly.
So it's going to be quite interesting to find out what it actually has. Normally, we get to see it with Razor Claw and Focus Band, and then Attack Wade. But it may as well be using what we call it like Float Stone. But here comes sorry, not the Whirlpool, but instead the Parry Song.
Yeah, and we are looking at why Mimikyu is almost always going to be picked here in the tournament, right? Like, play rough is just one way to burst down your opponent's. Good thing is that Lapras is fairly tanky, can survive all those all-ins. But imagine if it was, that the carries, the Chandelure, which has one of the least HP in the game.
Right, I mean, it's looking pretty bleak right now in the battle of the Trevenant. Mean-Look just to stop it from its tracks, going to be able to take it down. And I guess that is a little bit of a bummer here for Night Fox, but not quite yet. Hyperspace Hole is not going to be on time to get that Talonflame away.
A back and forth, but Night Fox definitely getting the upper hand. Now they have 60 points for their team compared to just the 16 by PNK Apple. And we see here again continuing his pressure on the top side. This 1v1 Pretty much. Oh, good
Here
engage.
comes the fly and the burst into that of the Chandler.
Wow.
Going to be able to take down 2 in the process, with the Intillion taking down the Umbreon into that of the bottom path as well, with the Trevenant going back, refreshing his HP with the help of the Hyperspace Hole.
And again, that's the most overlooked kit by the Hoopa, right? Being able to surprise your opponents with that pushback. Now, here comes the first objective fight. We could see a 4v4 here in the bottom lane, but the Lapras is already moving.
Right. But not a 4v4 yet, because it's a 3v5 into that of the bottom path. The Leafeon is going to be taken down, and here goes a Fable as well. That is the main damage dealer into the side of PNK Apple taken down. And with that being said, they were able to take down that Reggie down bottom and the first score goal. But here comes the Slaughter Blade and the Talonflame with its Unite move as well, just to push PNK Apple by their feet. But there goes the Talonflame going to be able to take down that Leafeon once again. Azure Spy Vision is going to be popped up. The Chandler and the Umbreon down once again, and they are not stopping anywhere as the Lapras is going to be demolished. That is going to be a team wipe as they are having a little bit of a trouble here for PNK Apple.
A perfect clash for Nightfox. No one went down. And even furthering their lead just by getting some points here and there. Finally, at least a consolation prize for PNK Apple. Good denial though. Again, that Hoopa save coming out of nowhere. And so now Nightfox is just enjoying a massive lead 5 minutes into the game.
Now that is quite a huge counter here. They might have mean look, but we have Hyperspace Hole.
Though, man. It's this is why Hoopa also needs to be respected. There's lots of I guess we lack bands.
We need more bands
We need more bands for sure. But
here comes a little bit of a clash here. Look once again into another Trevenant, going to be able to take down that defender into the side of Nightfox. But the question is, would they be able to answer back here? That is going to be Intillion going to take away that Leafeon despite having a bit of an HP here. But here comes a little bit of Sniper and the flame shot here as well. The fly going to have a little bit of burst damage as well. And there we have another one here just to get away because of the low HP. But a short Spy Vision not going to have anything at all right now. But there we have it a little bit more. The Mimikyu being alone here, still doing a little bit of damage, but it's going to be taken down as well. And the Trevenant just buying a little bit of time here for their teammates and going to be taken out as well.
A little too far forward, PNK Apple finally punishes Nightfox and wins a skirmish for themselves. They're trying to translate it into a Regieleki. Can they do it?
Unbound is going to be popped up. Everyone can now teleport into the top path to answer back to PNK Apple. Now they have been repelled back away from the Regieleki.
Talonflame still trying to find his targets. Meanwhile, Regieleki less than half health.
Oh my goodness, here comes the Unbound form as well, but the Hoopa's still going to be helping them out.
That is so good.
The Intillion going to be able to take down that one from the bottom path, Reggie Ice, and now with the elevator, the Intillion is now back up top.
Long drawn-out team fights. Enough time to really buy this Intellion to rejoin the fight.
The snipe shot!
Almost down.
Beautiful snipe shot coming in from that Intillion, but unfortunately not quite enough to take down that Lapras. But here comes Nightfox, has the positional advantage into the Regieleki. Unfortunately, a little bit too away from its original position, allowing it to recover its HP.
Another objective win for Nightfox, and this Regieleki will be joining this first tower. And this will be the fast break play that Nightfox wants.
Oh my goodness, Mimikyu going to be able to take down that Clefable as well, but here comes the Flame Unite move coming in from that of the Talonflame. Here comes a beautiful fly for that burst of a damage, and now overcapping it with 39 points.
Okay, Nightfox really just pushing the tempo right now. PNK Apple desperately trying to go for a counterplay, but guess what? Again, that Hoopa will be there. 3 minutes left in this game. With 270 points disparity in the favor of Nightfox, PNK Apple needs a miracle right now, JJ.
They do.
This Ray battle will definitely be the saving grace for them for sure.
Right, but here's the thing though, like I have to commend PNK Apple here because at the very least they are able to answer back, you know, against Nightfox. Nightfox doesn't, you know, while they have been winning all the team fights, PNK Apple has always been giving a bit of a hard time here for Nightfox.
the thing about Nightfox composition is they are maximizing the mobility, the ins, the outs, and it doesn't matter if they won't be able to take you down, just as long as they can control all the choke points.
Right.
Just enough time for the Intellion to rejoin the team is actually massive for the side of Nightfox. Their game plan, to me, is eye-opening. You said that they are the dark horse of the tournament. They very well are. Most likely the dark horse of the tournament.
Right, they are playing the game.
Uh-huh.
And here we have it, going into the Rayquaza fight, and it seems as if Nightfox is currently scattered around here, but they need to get a little bit of positioning for them to be able to get that advantage against Apple.
Again, this is what we're trying to say, right? All this spokes, all this possible initiation needs to be respected by PNK Apple.
Mean look, but still not going to be enough because the Hyperspace Hole here is going to save up that Mimikyu. Everyone still has their Unite moves, but the Leafeon, though, needs to go home.
Nightfox does not need his Rayquaza to win the game. They just have to deny it against PNK Apple.
Look at that.
They know that they are in the lead.
The Lapras is flanking, but alone, no response here forming in from that of Apple. And now that Lapras Express has been wasted a little bit right now.
Snapshot not connecting, but it doesn't matter. Nightfox though.
Oh, Flames is going to be popular as well to save the Trevenant here. And look at that, Temple is going to be able to take down the Chandler as well. Everyone here to the side of Apple is currently low on health. And there goes the Umbreon once again. And the Lapras is going to be taken down. The Clefable and the Leafeon is the only one left. But that's going to be 4 down now. The Leafeon needs to get away. And just like that, Trevenant is, trying to chase away this Leafeon as Nightfox is scoring in Split Push. Doesn't even need the Rayquaza.
Nope, not even needed. And they will be scoring the double points. This is what we call the winning time. And Nightfox has to recognize that they don't need the Rayquaza to win. And PNK Apple recognizes that they're out of gas here in game number 1. We'll just have to move on from this because this is just a massive victory in favor of Nightfox.
That was huge. That was huge. I mean, they had complete control of the game from the early game into the mid game, and even on the Rayquaza fight, especially that I was able to see really, we have Lapras here where they wanted to get in that Lapras Express and did not want to, crash into anyone. Just getting into secondary effect where it pushes out a Surf for the knock-up. Unfortunately, though, there was no response coming in from the side of PNK, and they were able to capitalize on it. Immediately after, Lapras just went back.
I respect the Lapras pick, but I feel that Blastoise would have been a better choice overall with their game plan of trying to set up flanks. Again, Hydro Typhoon, as we all know, can really disrupt all the squishy members. You look at the team here by Nightfox, like Talonflame can easily get locked down. Intellion can easily get locked down. Even Hoopa is not that tanky. Still though, just the way they played it, they
knew their positions, dude. They knew their positions. They knew where to be on. And look at the damage here coming in from that of the Intellion. Just getting allowed to poke as much as it can really did a number into PNK.
It's not as flashy as the other teams, right? That wants to secure lots of knockouts. It's about controlling team fights that it's already over before it even starts. And, PNK was put into a chokehold and they were not able to do a thing because their options were very limited with the way Nightfox was playing the ins, the outs. And this long drawn out team fights is just to their advantage because of the pokes that are available. And again, congratulations to Nightfox. Match point into this series number 2.
Right, I just have to comment as well for and sure we might have been able to see him always getting taken out, always getting getting sent back to the Pokemon Center, but they're just doing their job. They're being the defender, they're being the tank. You're tanking in all the damage and just allowing their teammates to, get their XPs and get away as well. And that is literally a job.
Yeah, Mean Look as well being denied over and over again by the hyperspace portal coming in from
you might have looked us,
crazy.
But it doesn't matter. We can still go home with the hyperspace hole. Beautiful, beautiful interaction. And I guess that is...
Is it?
It is.
One would say it's beautiful, one would say it's not, and that's me. I'm just being honest, dude.
I know. I mean, what I'm saying is that they know how to counter it. I mean, sure, you know,
Right.
Umbreon is always there in the meta right now,
Uh-huh.
and a Mean is always, you know, getting used to stop the carry of the game,
Yeah.
and just the hyperspace hole not being stopped because they are targeting the carries of the game. Well, there's no one marking Hoopa,
Yeah.
and that allows them to go back.
It just feels so unfair, though, if you look at it in one perspective. Like, it can easily... there's been multiple saves.
Right.
To say, so to speak. Although it's not as OP as I suggested. Because, again, it's a long cooldown. It's a long
Yeah.
investment.
Yeah.
If you use your hyperspace hole, there will be moments in where the team can just capitalize
Yep.
on the advantage numbers-wise. And, again, this is a game in where if you know how to play the numbers game, if
Right.
you know that you have the advantage, all this all ends could be to your benefit. It just so happened that Nightfox was able to really out-mobilize their opponent. Talonflame, how many times have we seen Talonflame just go into the back line
Right.
and escape death?
Right, I would have said, you know, earlier I said like Razor Claw, what do you call this? Razor Claw, attack rate, and focus band, but it seems as if, you know, with
The way he played it?
with the frequency of the Unite move coming in from that of the
yeah,
Talonflame,
surely.
I'm pretty sure now that they are running in an energy amp as well.
And it's not even being used to burst down the opponent. It's being used to disrupt the formation.
Yeah.
Here, by
It's
PNK.
yeah, it's a huge crowd control, saving Grace as well, and
Exactly.
especially at the same time. Yeah, sure, we have 4-inch as well with the Trevenant almost getting KO'd here, but with the help coming in from that of the Talonflame, this Flame Sweep just saves everyone.
Lots of saving moments there, and again, lots to unpack as well. If we
Right.
are to dissect that game, it will take us an hour to really analyze a 10-minute
That's true.
game. That's the nature of Pokemon Unite. We enter the drafting phase of game number 2 with Nightfox in the lead, match point already for what we dubbed as one of the potential dark horses in the tournament.
It's really what do you call this? Like really timely, isn't it? Like Dark Horse, or Dark League Studios, and so I mean, you know, I'm just saying, dude.
Oh,
like,
yeah. That, among other things, for sure, we would like to thank our official
Right.
telco partner in Smart. Smart is the official telco partner of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024.
Right, and of course, it is still the Philippines' best mobile network, having the fastest network and nationwide coverage in the country, as awarded by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data for speed and coverage in the first and second quarter of 2023.
Yeah, this is what I like, though. Be part of the digital transformation in the world of connectivity. Say hello to convenience, flexibility, and local connectivity with Smart Prepaid eSIM, now available for digital delivery through the Smart online store for only 99 pesos. I want to try that for sure. Can I convert my SIM into an eSIM? I guess I can, right?
I think so. I mean, if your phone supports it.
I think it does.
It
I think
does?
it does, right? Wait, hang on.
But I mean, I'm pretty
right?
sure, you know, Smart can help you out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you have it. And I mean,
I'll tell them on JJ Kun. Maybe they will give me some discounts here and there, yeah?
maybe. It's a huge maybe. But speaking of which, though, we have to go back once again to, you know, this is day number 1 still. We
Yeah.
are currently at a single eliminations. That means if you lose the best of 3 on round number 1 or number 2, as long as it's on day number 1, we'll have
That's
to
it.
say goodbye to you, and
Yeah.
we'll see you next year.
Yeah.
It's the next one.
It's just around the corner, though, so don't be sad.
It's like 1 month away. I mean, it's December 2nd, dude.
Yeah. Holiday season, by the way. Happy holidays to all our viewers out there. If you are enjoying the stream, make sure to share it with your family and friends, because, again, Pokemon Unite, very fun game to play, for sure.
And again, we are streaming on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitch as well, on the official Pokemon accounts, and of course on Dark League Studios. So make sure you share everything, and I don't know, maybe ask your entire barangay or maybe your entire family as well to watch you play and watch the stream, and for you to be supported on.
Yep. We're still waiting for the second game to commence. It does appear that we will just be entering a new lobby for all
right.
the players But no harm, no foul. We're just waiting for them to assemble themselves, and we'll be bringing the action straight to your screens right away as soon as we are ready. Then again, we just want to remind everyone that if you are a fan of the very storied franchise in Elevate Esports and Talent Esports, you won't be seeing them in
Not
week
yet.
number 1.
Not yet. Not even in day 2.
Not even in day 2.
Not even in day 2. Because on day number 1, remember, we are having our single eliminations, right? We're going to be getting in the top 8. On day number 2, we're going to have our first double eliminations where only 2 will get eliminated. We're going to be getting in the top 6. And after that, on day number 3, Talent Esports and Elevate Esports are going to be joining the fray for the playoffs.
Pretty sure they're watching right now as we speak. Because as you said it, right? Like Night Fox has been, I would say, commanding and turning heads right now, especially with their play. For sure, during their scrimmages, Night Fox has shown promise. And in game number 1, just the way they utilized their Talonflame centric composition, them recognizing that the Intellion needs Snipe Shot to really be influential in all the skirmishes, in all the team fights, just is a beaut to watch here, JJ.
Wait, and another thing that I have to note is that, you know, like, we've seen Talonflame being used a lot, especially during the times when the game is still, well, young at the remote stadium. It's played entirely different. But now, Night Fox showed us that Talonflame still works to the current meta, and man, it was quite different. It's in a good way. It's different in a good way, and it works.
It's a refreshing sight to see for sure.
It is.
Not every region would, I would say not all region would be happy to bring out Talonflame back into the action. But again, we're talking about Filipino players here. One would say that Night Fox is still preserving some strategies here and there, but we have to remember that this is a tournament that is, I would say, very punishing, especially in days 1 and 2, because again, if you get KO'd by the opposing team, that's it. You get eliminated.
Yeah, you can no longer go back. You're just gonna be staying in the Pokemon Center after getting KO'd. And
with Nurse Joy, I don't mind.
Okay. All right.
You see what we did there, huh?
But again, this is once again the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Philippine Open 2024. And whoever's going to be winning here, we're going to be getting only 2 for them to proceed to the regional stage. And whoever wins the regional stage will be going to Thailand, Bangkok to, you know, for the finals next year.
Lots of fun places to be in. Again, next year is not as long as we think it to be, because next year is just around the corner. A couple of days from now, it's the 2nd of December already. And just to recap as well, the 4 days that we will have for the Philippines qualifier, day number 1 is December 2nd, followed by tomorrow's broadcast, December 3rd. And again, next week will be our playoffs. Now, finally here, JJ Kun, the calm before the storm. Night Fox versus PNK Apple, game number 2, drafting underway.
Wow. Let's find out which one is going to get banned here, which one is going to get picked here. Mimikyu, definitely a monster. We had Intillion as well. Lapras, I think it was an okay pick. Just wasn't utilized as much by PNK Apple here.
But by being able to survive against a Mimikyu,
it's a different story, dude.
In the 1v1, though, I guess it makes a lot of sense that that's still is the case. Now, Night Fox is going to ban away the Zacian.
Both of them.
Yeah, both of them is listening in. And they know that this is a Pokemon that needs not to be let through. Night Fox, though, will be securing themselves one of the best Pokemons in the game. In the news.
I see what you did there. And again, especially with that, especially with that of the
my main,
your man Charizard, your main man Charizard is going to be picked up here by Oppo. Especially, it's really strong right now. Especially after the recent buff, where it immediately evolves to its final evolution at level 7. Sure, it may not have its Unite move yet, but the scaling of the basic attack really helps Charizard.
It's a lot easier to play Charizard right now. And again, I've been spamming Charizard for quite plenty of games
Yeah.
now. One thing I would really say is that I love the changes, right? The level 7 evolution to Charizard really helped out the power spike of this Pokemon Snorlax.
One of your favorite Pokemon as well. Maybe it's your second favorite from Charizard, especially
I know.
because of its crowd control potential, heavy slam into that of the Power Up, allowing you to knock up opponents in like 2 seconds, 3?
Yeah.
But it's going to be answered back with
By
a Blastoise.
Exactly. You have a form of engage. We do have a form of a disengage / engage in the Hydro Typhoon. Still, though, it's very surprising that Night Fox did go with Absol. Although early game of the Absol is still very, very scary, one would say that, come later stages in the game, Absol becomes a little bit harder to play because of the squishiness of this Pokemon.
I mean, yeah, sure. Early game, it's really strong. But late game, everyone else catches up to you. But here's the thing, though. PNK Apple going in for a very, very aggressive kind of like composition here. They have the Leafeon with a Solar Blade, and of course we have the backlane attack here. That is the Inteleon, and of course we have that Bruiser that is the Charizard. Immediately after Seismic Slam, it's just going to eat you up with its fire.
Needs full heal though, because there's a lot of crowd control available to the side of Night Fox, and I feel that this Charizard will be controlled at any point in the clash. Lots of investments by PNK Apple will be thrown down the drain, and this is why we don't see Charizard that often. Add to the fact that his power spike may have just been smoothened by the developers at level 7. You get to evolve into the Charizard that we know. Still, the biggest weakness, I would say, of the Charizard is it's very crowd control prone, and you can easily control the Pokemon from, in every skirmish.
But here's the thing, though. After its Unite move, it becomes unstoppable. And it has a very strong basic attack. It's flying, right?
Does
and
have sustain
at the
as well.
same time,
Yeah.
nobody in on the side of Night Fox has the bounding move. That is the
Single
Mimikyu
lockdown,
and the Slowbro.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it, right? Only the mean look, I guess, is going to be...
But it's not going to affect if it's in a Unite move.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we will definitely monitor as we progress into game number 2. Snorlax. Oh, he has to be careful. He's still very tanky, though. And he will just nap.
Yeah, get a little bit of rest here to recover a little bit of HP, and man, let's find out how they're going to be able to do it. Also, Bear going to get a little bit of attacks here. Attack weight, I presume.
Yeah, there's an orange buff, and it helps the Hoopa to still attach to it. But that will be the first KO.
Yeah, it's going to be punished as well because a little bit of an overextension here from that of PNK Apple.
Yep.
But it's still the early game, and it doesn't affect as much. But except for the fact that it is one of the main damage dealers here for Apple.
And this is the thing, right? Like the early stages of the game, like you can really maximize this buffs that can join your team. Oh, Absol.
Is that going to be
almost
it, though? Not quite yet. Remember, Night Fox still has that Hoopa.
Yep. Charizard will be the one that will be played here in the central area. Now, finally, I think that will be enough. Mew gets 1 KO here in the bottom lane, and Night Fox continuing what they've been doing in game number 1. They're getting a lot of points early into this game.
Right, and that's what we're talking about, especially with the mean look. Sure, you might have a little bit of mobility here, but after you get hit by that of the mean look, well, they don't have any answer to that. Right? They don't have an answer to that against that of a Night Fox.
Yep. Because the thing in game number 1, it was easily answered by the Hoopa. But
Hoopa now they are together.
Yeah, exactly. Hoopa was denied as well by Night Fox. Joining hand in hand is the Hoopa and the Umbreon. Level advantage all across the board, but here comes the
Solar Beam,
Blastoise.
and the Rapid Spin from the Blastoise just going to try to push them away for everyone in their team to put in a little bit of a score. Beautiful disengage here as well, coming in from that of the Absol, just ensuring that they're not going to get punished.
it's the respect, it's the discipline, right? He knows that he has a lot of points carried. Wait, hang on. That will be...
here comes a mean look into that of the Charizard. That's what you're talking about earlier, but here comes the Solar Blade as well. But here comes that of the Heavy Slam, but not going to be able to knock off anyone into the side of Nightfox. But here comes the Burst as well, and another Solar Blade from that of the Leafeon is going to be popped up, but still not a huge commitment for both of the teams yet.
Nightfox just knows how to play their Hoopa, right? Like, this Umbreon just has lots of real estate. And me look finally, but the Nap out-sustaining his opponent, at least for now. First objectives of the game are very much alive here, JJ-kun.
Yes, sirree, and it seems as if Nightfox is going to be able to take away this Regirock for themselves without any contact.
Defense. They can even translate it over to Regieleki. Remember, this is a Hoopa, and they can just easily transport towards the top area, but that will be an easy slam and jammer here. In the bottom area, Nightfox enjoying a 150 points lead so far into the game.
That is true, but here's the thing though, because of that of the Hoopa, they can easily just go into that of Regieleki, but they're going to be ignoring it as they score down bottom. Now 50 is all that's left for them to destroy that. But here comes the Regieleki. Unfortunately, going to destroy that first score goal, not going to be able to capitalize on that, but the Rapid Spin is going to be able to put up a little bit of damage here, but are they going to be able to catch up with that of the Leafeon? Yes, they will with the half of the Phantom Force of the Hoopa.
Yeah, not yet done. Nightfox, that's already to...
a 3.
Oh, 3 Pokemon being sent back to the Poke Center, and Nightfox, as expected, whenever they go for this skirmishes, they have the next steps in mind, right? Which is to secure more points for themselves, and they're already at a 250,000 here. And similar to game number 1, Nightfox is not stopping anytime soon.
Right, and at the same time, you know, like, everything into the side of Nightfox is very calculated. That, yeah, sure, after getting a little bit of a score here, they immediately go to their next stop, which is maybe a little bit of skirmish or maybe help out on whoever's getting, you know, denied.
Yep. The next objective will spawn up in 20 seconds, and you could see right now PNK Apple is definitely on the back foot. Losing 2 towers as well.
And they don't even need, right? They don't even need to immediately go down bottom because of the fact that there is still the Hoopa has the Unite move ready for them to go down bottom. But here comes the Nightfox, getting a little bit greedy here into the top hat, and it is going to be absolutely going to be loud. But oh my goodness, beautiful Midnight Slash, but not going to be able to take down anyone inside the PNK Apple, but everyone else has been delivered into that of the bottom path to get that Regieleki. Unfortunately, for the Absol, they're not going to be able to get in anything off of that.
That would have been a clutch save once again coming in from the Hoopa. But the Absol was, again, as we said, very squishy.
I mean, sure. I mean, I think what they're doing right now is just, you know, just buying a little bit of time so that everyone else can go down into the Regirock. But here comes a little bit of a skirmish here down at the top path. Once again, Heavy Slam, but not going to be able to get the isolation from the block. But Azure's Spy Vision is going to be popped up. No one is going to be seen here. But here comes a Jack Button into the Hydro Typhoon. So that's going to be able to knock up anyone as well. But that's going to be the Leafeon going to be going down as well. 1-for-1 Absol is going to be taken down as well. And here comes another one into the side of Nightfox. That is the Umbreon going to be taken down as well. Surf is going to be popped up here, but the question is, would they be able to survive? But the Hyperspace is here as well, and yes, the Mew is going to be able to get away, but that is the Snorlax. Now pushing a little bit of damage, but not enough with the beam of the Solar Beam. Going to be able to take it out.
Nightfox's usage of this Blastoise was able to get into the backline, and over again, massive damage coming in from Nightfox, converting it again into another objective win. This is how many times that we've seen Nightfox convert something into even more advantage for themselves.
Yes, sirree. After, yeah, sure, they might have a little bit of an overextension, but they always, right, cover that up with another backup strategy. In this case, answering back and then immediately getting in that Regieleki.
The Regieleki, again, second tier tower, kind of hard to deliver this Regieleki onto that. So instead, Nightfox, again, wisely goes for a different play. Farms some points on the top side is Umbreon. And again, Night Fox is just positioning themselves for another advantage here in the bottom area.
But here comes the Hoop as well. Might put in a little bit of a, what call this? Maybe a ring some bound here down bottom so they can take it. But never mind. No, I think that like the Absol can actually take it out alone.
Wow.
And there we have it. Immediately going back.
Additional attack and SP attack is definitely going to be very massive, especially with the burst-centric lineup that we are seeing from Night Fox. Even the pokes are going to hurt even more now. We are the latter stages of the game, and this Rayquaza will dictate as to if PNK Apple will be able to extend the series.
Now, they were able to mark down that Snorlax being able to hit it from the tall grass. And now they know there is a Trevenant as well. Now, the question is, how is Night Fox going to miss, going to manage this? But here comes the Blastoise, just going to be a little bit of a diversion to get them spread it out in the map.
Rings Unbound, and he's going to be summoned.
Yes, sirree, but oh my goodness, coming in. Oh, Power Now's going to be popped up as well. Unite move, and there goes a Seismic Slam. Not going to be able to get anyone into the slam, but there goes the huge boosted attack here from that of the Blastoise. Fireball is going to be popped up as well, but the Rayquaza is going to be able to take it out. Who's going to be able to take it? It is going to be the Mew. Night Fox is going to take it away from BNK Apple, but there is only 3 of them left. Now, what is going to be game plan here? They need to score in.
That was the closest PNK Apple could ever have asked for. But again, it was Night Fox securing the primary objective. And with the Rayquaza buff, they can just add on to the lead. And that just might be the tournament life of PNK Apple.
My goodness, Night Fox really calculating everything despite having 2 of their Pokemon down.
I know, it's just being able to distract the and get the formation of PNK Apple destroyed even before the fight started. And again, their power of Hoopa over and over again, Rings Unbound, being able to summon the Blastoise even from afar. And now Night Fox will just add on more points. Calls in the celebration for Night Fox because they for sure will be advancing to round number 2.
There we have it, 616 to 92. I don't think Apple has any time at all to cash back here. And the Rings Unbound even is going to be used back to their base. They're just celebrating right now. 616 to 92. Again, is the score here. Night Fox is going to be taking in game number 2 for a 2-0 win.
And they're, oh no more victory for them. They wanted to take down the Umbreon. Then again, you know, the Master
It's just too
Shield.
squishy, you know, especially with its Moonlight Prance Unite move, taking in all of the shield.
Super tanky.
Man.
He was in the middle of like 3 or 4 Pokemons, did not matter. And again, a massive statement game from Night Fox once again. You look at the damage dealt. Leading the way is the Mew, but Hitori for me,
I would have to say as well.
Right?
It
like
was
Blastoise.
Hitori. The combination of Hitori and MXI was the one that gave them that Rayquaza. Just because of the fact that, sure, Hitori might be isolated up top on the Rayquaza fight, but that is their job. They want to spread out PNK Apple, and that's what happened. There was 2 Pokemon that was going into Hitori, and immediately after, you know, a little bit of a diversion, goes in for the Rings Unbound and got in that Blastoise once again back into the ring pit.
Hydro Typhoon was there to provide the crowd control needed by Dremt to really secure that Rayquaza buff for themselves. 292 points being slammed here by Hitori. And this is the power of the Blastoise. This is what I was saying, right? Like, in game number 1, the Lapras could have been just a Blastoise. And if you play it this way, if you play it, you know, pseudo carry, it can still deal a massive amount of damage, and we see it here from Hitori. He was not that far off from Dremt on the Mew.
Well, that was honestly, that Rayquaza in and of itself, it could have been anyone's take, honestly. But
it was very close, sure.
But here's the thing though, like despite that, even if that went to PNK Apple, what do you call this? Like
It would still favor.
Yeah, it would still favor them because they
still
still
is
have the
a
lead.
Yeah,
and they had a huge amount of
conclusion that.
Yeah,
okay.
They still have a lot of score as well to put down, even if PNK Apple would be able to take down that Rayquaza.
And again, it's Hitori finding himself in very awkward position. In our eyes, it's very awkward, but one would say it's a very calculated move. Again, coming in from Night Fox, the space that he was able to create for his team is just so massive to a point that one Rings Unbound can actually just summon back this Blastoise. And if he ever needs to heal back, Hyperspace Hole once again, just to heal him back up. And that was the story of the game. We have to remember that there are a lot of there are a lot of Pokemons that are in the meta right now. And the Filipinos are here to display their full potential.
And speaking of displaying our full potential, we're going to be back for more Pokemon Unite action only here at Pokemon Unite Philippine Open Asia Champions League. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break. welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 Philippine Open. Once again, my name is JJ, and with me is Odaluz. It has been an amazing 2 games, both of which are 2-0. But this time, though, I'm not entirely sure if we're going to be seeing a 2-0.
Yeah, because we don't have any.
We don't have information about the teams that are going to be playing for
I would say,
game number 3.
They are the teams that could surprise everyone, including us here. Because again, with the way the tournament has progressed, though, although it was a 2-0, I would say it's a very entertaining 2-0.
Right.
Especially the last one with Night Fox winning by a very small margin, right? Although the lead was there for sure, right? But had it been that the Rayquaza was secured by the other team, we could have just found ourselves into a game number 3. I know you kind of disagree because you know, Night Fox was able to find themselves, you know, a very big space, a very big avenue to work with. But still, Rayquaza buff is what you want to call, or what you always call, the X factor.
The X factor, definitely. But this time, though, we're gonna be seeing Reincarnationism, which is a I'd say pretty new. They the only information that I've got of research is that they are they haven't played on tournaments yet. They haven't played the game casually. So this, I believe, is their first time joining a tournament, and I guess we'll just they just have to surprise us.
Have you ever joined a tournament though? It doesn't matter.
No,
a
tournament. Yeah, I've played a tournament.
Yeah, and you know how fun it is, right?
Yeah, it's exhilarating and all that, right?
Exactly, and you know, for first timers, you can actually surprise a lot of talking heads. Especially back in the day, in where tournaments are being done like
planned
in the computer
offline
shop
setting,
format, exactly. And yeah, may we just remind everyone what the teams are fighting for. Aside from the prestige that comes into representing the country, they are fighting for the prize pool of $20,000 US. First placer gets 6,000, second placer gets 4,000, and so on and so forth. This is definitely not going to be the last tournament for Pokemon Unite. So all players out there, if you're seeing this, this is a good enough reason for you to practice, to play and practice with your team. And if you ever need someone to think drafts for you, JJ Kun is here. I myself is also available.
Sometimes I just wish that I should be playing the game. Because
you want to play?
I want to play. You want to make a team with me?
I want to coach though, because
you want to coach.
I feel, you know, especially in, you know, at a certain level, you will be able to see what works and what doesn't work, and there are lots of things that you can unpack in a 10-minute game. As we said earlier, right? Like if we are ever to review a game, it takes us more or less an hour to really uncover everything.
And when we were studying for the upcoming tournament, it was just like it was just 10-minute mark, but it's just really that you should unpack. But we got a little bit of news here. It seems as if Reincarnationism has withdrew from the tournament. That means Therabolt will be proceeding to the next stage.
Yeah. Possible issues, I guess. Again, uncontrollable factors might have come into play here, JJ, and unfortunate that we won't be seeing them in action. I was actually very excited to see them.
New faces, new game styles. They might even be the dark horse, the actual dark horse of the game.
The super dark horse.
Right? The super dark horse of the Dark League.
Yeah, that's about it, though. Again, with that result, we will be heading into a very short break. By the time that we go back, we'll have more action for everyone.
still smiling here. We are still happy. We're still glad that we're still going to be getting more Pokemon Unite action only here at Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Philippine Open 2024. Once again, my name is JJ, and with me is Odo Lose. He's always winning, but I don't know. I don't know why it's Odo,
you guys
Odo
can call me Otto, but yeah, sure, for the memes, for formality. It's like saying my first name with my last name, though.
Right. It's like Odo Lose, right?
Yeah, so just call me Otto if you want to. Then again, we are entering the next phase of the tournament. Round number 1 is already done and over with, JJ Kun, and we will be featuring the next set of survivors. The trainers that survived the first round will be what we'll be featuring.
Right. So this time around, we're going to be headed over to our 4th series of the match. Again, it was quite unfortunate that we weren't able to see Recreationism versus Terra Volta, but we have to move forward.
Right. Because all these games happen simultaneously, and the stream games are selected randomly, right? So that's, one of the things that was a little bit unfortunate, but we move on to the more exciting games for sure. We are going to show the match schedule, and it will be for the second half of today's matches. Immediately, one of the more familiar names in the community, Ice and Arsenals, will be going against No Sympathy.
Right.
And then followed by a very exciting matchup as well.
Right. So, we know a bit here coming from that of Isen Arsenals, because they are one of the 3 teams that are currently here joining the tournament, along with Secret Rare. Secret Rare had 3 teams here. They have the Diamond, Pearl, and we have Violet as well. Unfortunately, though, Violet, I believe, has been taken out by a team.
Wait, what?
Yeah, has been taken out by their own teammate, Secret Rare Pearl. Unfortunate for them, but again, we have to focus now here. Once again, Isen Arsenals. A little bit of a notable player here, Gabsu, is playing for this team right now. Currently, like the second team of Isen, because their main team, I believe, is Isen Aumento, who has been one of the community favorites as well. Now, No Sympathy, though, they have Dawn and Picao, one of the older players in the community as well.
This is all for the marbles. The winner of this matchup will be surviving for another day, and we will be seeing them for tomorrow. This is a very intense tournament, mind you.
Yeah.
Again, we're going to enter the drafting for game number 1 here with No Sympathy on the purple side. No surprise here. It does feel like, that Azation is finally being respected by our pro teams here in PH.
And at the same time, Umbreon is finally going to get banned here. No more mean look here, which allows, a lot more mobility here for both of the teams, really. Mew is going to be the priority pick here by No Sympathy. We know for a fact that typically we get to choose priority either the defenders and the supports, but this time around we for sure cannot allow the other team to get Mew, because it's arguably one of the best right now in the meta.
And it's also very flexible if you think about it, right? It's very easy to execute. You can make sure that he can dish out damage from afar with Solar Beam interaction. Now, to round up the draft here by No Sympathy, they do have the double Aqua Pokemons and goes for the Lapras and Blastoise. Meanwhile, on the other side, kind of expected, if you have Mew on the other side, you have the Inteleon. You need to draft Inteleon for the
Pokes. Yeah, the
Pokes.
Pokes. With a snipe shot, answering back with the the solar beam coming in from that of Mew. I just realized as well that 3 of them actually has Surf. The Mew, the Lapras, and that of the Blastoise. But this time around, though, they're gonna be headed and going for that Hoopa and the Venusaur. We haven't seen this a lot yet, although we were able to see this being played in Taiwan, I believe. And this is also going to be the first time that we're seeing Isen picking out that Urshifu. Definitely one of the top picks as well for the current meta. Can always go in and out as it needs, and at the same time we have to remember as well that there is the help coming in from that of the Slowbro with its crowd control, and of course Woodhammer coming in from that of Woodhammer coming in from that of the Trevenant, which will align everyone from No Sympathy for Urshifu to just get in.
The only question that we have is what form of Urshifu
that is true.
Will be
that is
seeing.
true.
Is it going to be the DPS type, or is it going to be the burst type?
Right.
We often see. Now, the thing about the draft here by Ice and Arsenals is one thing that I really love about the Urshifu being the last pick is it's not going to be open for the counters coming from No Sympathy. And you
it's
see
being
the draft
used
here,
as the counter.
Exactly. You see the draft here by No Sympathy. They have lots of bruisers, and that's what Urshifu wants. He wants to be in your face, be able to dish out multiple damage to members that are clumped together. And this is really looking to be a very, I won't say one-sided, but just a draft overall with the Urshifu being the surprise here by Eason. It could just be the difference maker against No Sympathy.
Right, and here we have it, the fourth series of the day. Day number 1 for Pokemon Unite Philippine Open Asia Champions League 2024. And here we have it, No Sympathy versus Eason Arsenals.
Eason is making sure that Urshifu will have lots of experience by allowing him to be their central area mon. Meanwhile, No Sympathy will be requesting their Bulbasaur to be doing just that. Now, Hoopa trying to get the first KO, 1 or 2 more hits.
Ooh, wow, not quite yet. Was able to run away, especially with the help of the Speed Reflux Zone to go in on the Citrus Berry.
No Sympathy, though, also getting goals here and there. Trades here and there suggest that, both these teams does have the stacking battle items.
Right.
Or held items, I'm sorry, but it's it's the flavor of the meta that we have in competitive. The more times that you are able to slam down points, the better it is for your early game.
So it seems as if like the Urshifu here is going to be the Water Bear, basing on his form, and there we have it. That is the Rapid Strike Urshifu, and oh my goodness, a beautiful push in as well. But here comes the slow. Oh my goodness, Slowbro going to be able to take down one, and the Urshifu being the carry of the game here for Eason's Arsenal is going to be taken down, and there goes the Slowbro as well.
No Sympathy played it properly, beautifully, right? Just maximizing the amount of shields that is being provided by the tower zones, and now No Sympathy is actually translating it into more victories on the top side. This Lapras is still very tanky, especially in the first few minutes of the game. I feel that Lapras really provides a lot of defense for your team on the top side, and that's why you can leave him by himself.
Right. But here's the thing, though. Like, Eason Arsenal still has a little bit of a lead here, especially in terms of the XP, and No Sympathy is, getting a little bit behind here, and that means that Eason Arsenal does have the advantage when it comes to the clashes. But the question here is, would No Sympathy be able to answer back to Arsenals?
Yeah, Dawn, possible engage. No engage as of yet. Urshifu here. And finally, one knockout. That will be the Slowbro going down at the hands of the Squirtle.
Right, and it's getting a little bit harder here into the side of Eason Arsenal, especially that the Slowbro is getting, getting back down as well. But here comes the Woodhammer, definitely one of the stronger picks as well in terms of the defender. Gets a little bit. There you go. Focus Ban is going to be popped up as well, proc, and not going to be available for that major objective. And that's going to be another KO here for No Sympathy.
Took a while, but No Sympathy gets the advantage on the top side just in time for the objective to spawn up here. JJ, now we look at the position of the map. Urshifu is closer to the bottom area, so it does look like that Ice and Odd Barrels wants to focus this down.
Right, so that's what I'm thinking up as well. Going in for the Pedal Dance Giga Drain combo, especially with the help of the, that is the Hoopa, allowing it to sustain itself. But here comes a little bit of team fight. So Sympathy outnumbering Eastern Arsenals right now, going to be able to take down that Urshiva, the biggest damage here into the side of Arsenals. And they're going to go back once again. Lapras is going to be left up here to buy a little bit of time for No Sympathy as well.
Okay.
And now they're just going to push them out to score in a little bit of points here. Azure Spire Fish is going to be popped up as well. But the question is, would they be able to put in the damage? There goes the liquidation as well. But the Venus are going to be able to take down the Trevenant as well. Blaster is going to be going back down to the base. But no, they're going to be pushing down away into the Arsenals. And No Sympathy has no sympathy at all for Arsenals. But unfortunately, though, 2 of them are down.
The power spike of all this stage 3 evolutions, Blastoise, Venusaur at level 7 can really impact the fights at the first few minutes of the game just because of the change. And now you also are seeing the value of this Lapras being left by himself. Still very tanking. You look at the Clefable also going down here. Mew time and time again providing decent damage to secure all those KOs.
Right, and just like that, the tankiness of the Lapras is, going up right now. We can see the value that it has in comparison to the games from earlier where it always getting KO'd. But there goes a huge help from that of the Hoopa. But they are not stopping. They want to go back once again from this hyperspace.
Yeah, good thing is that they have the Clefable there to back up the Urshifu. Urshifu at level 10 is still a threat to No Sympathy, and they need to respect his prowess. But you see here with the advantage that No Sympathy was able to get in the bottom area. Now, Satoru will be getting this Regieleki for himself. No challenge
there goes
whatsoever.
The Venusaur as well. And, Blastoise here, now at level 9, would be able to help us so much with Hydro Typhoon. Now, let's find out how this is going to impact the upcoming team fights as this Clefable is going to be taken out. No, but follow me just to get away from the punches of that Hyperspace Fury.
Yeah. Rings Unbound was committed very early. Venusaur left to defend, and
Hydro
here
Typhoon.
comes the portal. Hydro Typhoon just to cancel out some damage here by Ison.
Ooh, beautiful hit here. That's going to be 1 down right now. But the Urshiva is going to be able to take down that Venusaur as well. No, make that 2. That is the Hoopa going to be taken down as well.
Here
and the Regieleki is now down there. But the Lapras is going to do low down the damage here. That is going to be 3 down for Eastern Arsenals. Sure, you might have been able to push down the Regieleki, but we're going to be taking down 3 of your team. And that is it. That is a complete wipe here for No Sympathy.
No Sympathy is definitely in the lead now. They know it. They feel it. And this Lapras just providing the flanking play needed by No Sympathy. No points for them though, which is really, I would say, very anticlimactic. I feel that that was an opportunity for them to push their lead even further. But Ison will still be there to contest, and good respect by No Sympathy here at the 30-minute mark of the game.
Right, so it seems as if like this Intellion right now from Eastern Arsenals is going to be going in for that acrobatics, not the Fell Stinger, and the liquidation. They want to into that after No Sympathy, not the sniper.
Which is really surprising because again, when it comes to all this long drawn out team fights, you kind of need the pokes to really make sure that the Mew will second guess himself. I guess the amount of sustain that is available to the Hoopa centric team is dissuading them to do so, and they want the all-in burst potential of the liquidation. So far, though, lots of points being carried here by No Sympathy.
Yeah,
they could just be using this Regieleki to go for the backdoor play here in the bottom area.
They are now going to be going in for the split push immediately. They
points.
have the Hoopa or the Lapras Express as well immediately afterwards. Now here comes the split push. They're going to be able to overcap that bottom tier score goal. But the question is, would they be able to catch up into that Regieleki? No, they won't. Arsenal is going to be able to secure that for themselves, but they are now ready to defend the first tier score goal.
Thing here is Ison can do just a very quick rotation over to the Reggie buff here in the bottom area. And I feel that Ison Admirals does actually have the advantage now because of the Regieleki buying enough space for them. I don't agree with the macro play here by No Sympathy.
But we have to remember though, like Mew here, never mind, they don't have a lot more time. I was going to say that they still have Solar
Better
Beam,
macro,
but they're not going to go for that, and instead would want to take away the Regieleki to remove the map pressure up top so that they can prepare for that upcoming Ray.
They want the points, and if I'm No Sympathy, I don't want to find this one out because Ison Admirals does have the advantage buff-wise. after securing another buff for themselves. Now this Rayquaza dance will happen with Lapras just behind.
My goodness. My goodness,
Mew
that is the
almost.
Mirage.
Oh, okay.
Mirage is going to be popped up here. They
That's
no
clutch.
longer have that invincibility right now as
Right.
a new pop up is Unite move.
Hyperspace Hole will be able to help out with all the sustain needed. And you look at the Slowbro, he's here to zone away the members of No Sympathy. This is the Rayquaza slowly but surely getting hammered down by the Admirals.
Wow, Arsenal's right now, especially Gabsu into that other Shifu, putting a lot of
Slow
damage.
beam.
But Slow Beam is going to be popped up as well. And that is the
Dino
moment
down.
that they are looking for. And here comes the Unite was going to be popped up as well.
Wow.
Everyone is going to be 2 down right now. Even the Unbound Form Hoopa is going to be taken down as well. As No Sympathy has been pushed back. As East Arsenals is now going to have a little bit of a chance here to take that Rayquaza for themselves. But here comes Satoru going to try to steal away this one. And they did! They were able to steal away the Rayquaza. But the question is, there's only 3 of them that was able to get the benefit. Now, they still have to score in, though. But here's the thing. They still are in the lead. They're still in the lead.
Just the fact that Satoru was able to clutch it out and steal the Rayquaza buff for No Sympathy means that Aizen Admirals is on a taking time bomb. Can they do it?
And at the same time here, they are going to have a hard time here because of the AoE of Petal Dance. They're not going to be able to score in. And the 98 as well coming from the Mew on the split push. Sure, they don't have enough more time anymore. Beautiful stuff coming in from that of the Venusaur to buy a lot of time, ensuring that they are getting in a little bit of a diversion for that Mew to put in 98.
The Blastoise.
It was amazing.
He was the hero that was needed.
Wow.
It was very close. And
Satoru.
Yes, Satoru. Even though his points was
low,
far from but he was still the MVP for sure by securing that Rayquaza buff for them. Because had it been that Eason was able to secure the Rayquaza buff, lots of Pokemons in their or on their side had 50 points ready to be slammed through.
And at the same time, we have to remember as well that Eason, they were still complete when, it was like No Sympathy only had 3 members left. So definitely Satoru getting in that Rayquaza was a huge save for them.
Pukart was doing the best that he can to zone away Raijin because he was trying to snipe into the Rayquaza pit using the Mew, but in the end, it wasn't Raijin that was able to steal away the Rayquaza buff. Satoru, my man here, saved the game for their squad, and I would say it's an upset because I felt that, at that point, Aizen Admirals did everything by the book to really get the advantage at the latter stages of that game. A very interesting game, and I dare say it, we could be seeing a 3-game series.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying as well, right? Before we start off to our broadcast for the 4th series, we might be able to see our first game number 3, especially with how close that was.
It was indeed the closest game so far. The steal just to deny the Ray push. And again, for the casual viewers that we have out there, if your team gets the Rayquaza buff, you have this shield that you can work with to instant slam all those points. And again,
not quite. Yeah, increases, quickens your scoring.
Yeah, to almost instant slam.
To almost, sure.
Yeah, but the thing here is, it's almost instantaneously.
And you're unstoppable as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost instantaneous to a point that all those slams, all those winning time points, like the 100 points, can really turn the tables. And it was almost there. It was. We could have seen a comeback coming from Aizen Admirals, but it was easily denied by Satoru. Satoru is possibly just the MVP of not just this game, but possibly the series, just because of that play.
That is definitely a highlight of the series moment here. But here's the thing, though. We saw that it was very close, right? We saw that it was very close. And we are most likely going to be able to see a much closer game on game number 2, because I'm pretty sure if Arsenal's already showed us quite a game, then they still have something up their sleeves.
that is for sure something that we want to see.
Right.
Ice and Admirals, to me, I feel that they were still the better team, right? Like just the way they controlled the mid game, and again the late game play by No Sympathy to actually just go for this late game slam here in the bottom area, allowing Ice and Admirals to secure 2 objectives. One, the Regieleki, and one, the Regirock. I felt that, at that point, you cannot give that advantage to any team.
Oh, yeah.
And Arsenals really played it well macro-wise. Just so happened that Satoru
was there.
I mean, even by himself. Right?
I mean, right? Like it
was a 2v4 scenario or 2v5.
It was a high risk, high reward decision for Satoru, but the reward is just off the roof. That's just it.
One would say that had it been that he wasn't there, it could have been a 1-0 in favor
of Eastern Arsenals.
Arsenals, right? That's how close that game 1 was. Still, again, I love the draft for both squads. I love the respect that is being put on Zacian, because I feel that Zacian is very much first pick worthy Pokemon right now. Or Shifu by Eastern Arsenals was also very clutch, and again he was very impactful. We saw the skirmish, especially in the in the latest one, in the last skirmish, in where we saw No Sympathy had no Arsenals. No Sympathy had no business in winning. It just so happened that Satoru was there to really clutch, steal the Rayquaza above when they were trying to secure it. But we are going to enter the draft here. Do you have any expectations that you want to play around with?
Well, I just wanted to back into what you said earlier. Eastern Arsenals or Shifu, that was Gabsu. Definitely, they what do you call it? It's one of their main Pokemon, right? So definitely, you don't want to give back that Urshifu back to Gabsu. And they might have lost that game, but we saw how much the effect of that Urshifu is for their team. They almost, as you have mentioned, they've almost controlled, well, the entirety of the game. It's just that that X Factor really did a number on them.
Yeah. Eastern Admirals also playing by their strengths and playing by their needs, right? Like when they knew that it wasn't enough for them to get the snipe shots across, but the Hoopa is going to be banned here by the Arsenals. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Zacian, kind of expected, especially on the orange side. You need to respect it. Umbreon will be led through, and the Arsenals will be first picking it for themselves.
There you go, Umbreon. It's we saw it earlier. We saw how it affects the matches as well, especially with its meat look. It's definitely a huge threat to the team that would be able to get it, but No Sympathy though going to be answering back with Lapras and Blastoise
again, right? Like it's the second time that we are going to see the Lapras paired with the Blastoise. Now I just want to highlight as well that the Umbreon does not have the direct counter in the Hoopa, right? Like the Hyperspace Hole can actually save all those Pokemons that gets mean looked. But now that that's out of the equation, that's an insta-lock. Now the Mew goes to join Arsenals this time. And the Clefable, one of the strongest supports that we have in the game.
So far. So we don't know if there's going to be more of those supports. So let's find out what's going to be the answer back here. But No Sympathy going in for the Pikachu. So this is going for a very crowd control heavy kind of composition. But the thing here is, what is going to be their main source of damage?
Possibly the Blastoise.
Could be a Blastoise. It's a double roll, right? DPS, tankiness, sure. But
you look at this, the way they drafted, Pikachu by himself is not going to be enough.
Buzzwole is going to be popped out of that. One of your favorite Pokemon as well. Buzzwole just smacking down everyone.
Lots of favorites, right? Like, and yeah, when it comes to being one of the most flashy Pokemons in the game, I feel that Buzzwole with all the slams, will really, I would say, be super flashy in this game as well. Now, Inteleon will be locked in here by No Sympathy. On match point is NS and Nysen.
It's what do you call it? In terms of like the composition here, right? Like I'd have to say,
how do you feel?
It's interesting. To say the least. It's interesting to say the least.
That's the safest way to put it, right? But yeah,
It's
at one glance, though, I feel
Yeah.
that no sympathy again with their win condition in game number 1 of riding Satoru's backs. And mind you, Blastoise backs
A lot.
are big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, and we have the backlane damage as well,
Yeah.
which I think is going to be the carry here. That's going to be the Intillion.
Yep.
With the support coming in from the Pikachu, and of course, the enabling it
Yeah.
would be that of the the Blastoise and the Lapras,
Lapras,
right? And of course, we
exactly.
have the support that is the Blissey. But going into the Eastern Arsenals, though, I have to say that they have a more balanced lineup because all they need to do is get in on the lineup of no sympathy and they're pretty much squishy, especially if they can take away that the Blissey and the Lapras.
I think it was during the second series that we saw the Lapras and Blastoise be, the riding in tandem duo that just basically can flank from angles that you don't expect. Now we enter game number 2 with no sympathy. They have elected to have the Intellion to be their central area mon. Now for Arsenals, who do you think will be their central area? Is it the Glaceon?
It is definitely going to be the Glaceon here. There you have it. There goes the evolution into the Glaceon. Going to funnel in as much XP into that of the Glaceon because we all know the power.
First KO.
The power of that Icicle Spear that if you're targeted, it doesn't matter if you go home, it's still going to follow you down.
Arsenals went for the high risk, high reward play of going for a very, very early invade. But that was thwarted off by no sympathy. Good advantage overall for the Intellion. Very much needed as well because he wants to scale earlier than expected because he's going to be the primary source of damage here to the side of no sympathy.
Oh, here we go. I think this Buzzwole is looking to get as much stacks as possible, but waiting for the right time. But here comes the
bird fight.
The bird fight, the first burst of the match here at 8:50.
And the second birds to be contested here by no sympathy for sure is going to be the center.
The central
of the cake, right? center area. Has anyone ever called it the center area?
Well, it is though, right? But here you go though. We have the Buzzwole here. Still hasn't been able to put in a little bit of a stacking here. Now has 30 points. Going to have a little bit of a hard time here to put in the points because again, the more points you have, the slower you put in you dunk into points.
Yeah, exactly. And just doing quick maths. Altogether, now 8 minutes again. The center area.
The birds is going to be in on the side of the Arsenals, and they're going to be able to take down that Water Tail as well. I think is one of the biggest threat here for Eastern Arsenals, just because of the fact that it has Hydro Typhoon when it gets to level 9.
That's 5 Pokemons being invested by the Arsenals to get the Birds XP here in the mid lane, leaving this Lapras by himself on the top side. But you don't mind this KO, right? Because he was able to do his job. He was already able to secure the points and stack for himself as well. So again, no sympathy, just having that extra advantage. But that's a massive slam though. I saw a 30-point slam coming from the Buzzwole.
Yeah, finally was able to get rid of those points, and now they want to stack up those points. And again, it's currently they're currently alone up top, but no more first-year score goal. Now going in on the 7-minute mark, here comes the first objective, major objectives of the game.
A potential 5v5 here, JJ.
As that Buzzwole comes in, but here comes the mean look as well. Going to be able to mean look that Lapras, but here comes the Icicle Spear as well into that of the Blastoise. Was able to tank in a little bit of damage right there, but here comes the Pikachu as well. Mean is going to be popped out as well. That is the initiation that they need, and here comes the Storm Beam as well. My goodness, this is going to be popped out as well. That's going to be 1 down to make the 2. Umbra is going to be taken down as well, and the Lapras and Blastoise down, and here comes the Arsenals going to be able to take away this Reggie Ice and not going to be able to steal by that Intillion, and now here comes the Ultra Buzzwole from that of the Buzzwole to put down that Blissey.
By himself, he was able to help the Arsenals secure a big advantage at the 6-minute mark. This Buzzwole needs to be respected, especially by the time that he gets level 9. That lockdown,
yes, sir.
with the lockdown, No Sympathy had no business challenging it at that point.
Its Unite move name is quite a mouthful. Ultra Swole Swarm, but we saw how ultra that is. Go ahead.
No. Never mind.
But here we have it. Arsenal's.
You say it.
It's quite a mouthful, really.
Yeah.
But now, as we say that, Arsenal was able to secure, the Regieleki up top. Now putting in a little bit of pressure down here.
Can they do it?
No Sympathy. But yes, sir, that is the question. Would they be able to push away this Regieleki into the second snorkel? Here comes a Meatlook as well. And the Glacian's going to be able to take down the Blastoise as well. But here comes more like Prance going to be popped up, but not quite enough though. Glacial Station will be popped up as well. And there we have it. One down. Basil is going to be down now, and the Regieleki is going to be repelled back from Ace and Arsenal, taking down the Umbreon as well.
Nice try for Arsenals, but still, it's so hard to deliver the Regieleki on towards the second tower, especially with all the defense capabilities of No Sympathy. Has at this point, good poke coming in from the Mew. Is it enough though? I think it will be good sidestep coming from the Lapras.
It would have been enough if it wasn't for the Blissey, putting in a little bit of sustain with the eggs. Giving it some sunny side ups for breakfast. But here comes, a little bit of a little bit of some XP gaining kind of time here, waiting for the next next objectives as the Reggie is now up.
What Reggie will it be?
We haven't seen what Reggie that is yet.
Earlier was the Reggie Eyes.
But this time though,
are
going
they going
down
for
bottom?
Lapras Express? Can be with a Pikachu.
It is the Regirock for additional defense. It's a beautiful Meatlook as well to push him away, not allowing it to steal not allowing to steal the Regirock. And now Hydro Typhoon's going to be popped up. Only one's going to be popped up, but there goes a Thunderstorm as well from the Pikachu. Going to be able to take down two in the process.
And converting into massive points as well for No Sympathy. They're not going down quietly here, JJ. And No Sympathy ties up the game at 195.
But if this were like the last moments, Arsenal would still win this because they were the first to get 195, right? But we're still not there yet. We still have the Rayquaza in a minute and a half.
3 minutes still to go before this game concludes. And it rarely happens, but if it ever happens, sure, fine. We'll possibly just celebrate it as I would say a lucky day for Pokemon Unite fans as well. Now, Moonlight is going to be invested for extra sustain. Regieleki will be secured here by the Arsenals. And this is going to be the second that Regieleki will try to march down the second tier tower. But with the way No Sympathy has formed here on the top side, I don't think this Regieleki will be able to touch down.
Yeah, and at the same time, that is also going to be the final Regieleki of the game because it was taken less than 4 minutes, and it takes 2 minutes to respond, and we're not going to be seeing that again before the Rayquaza.
We've seen No Sympathy prioritize slamming points in game number 1.
Right.
At this stage of the game, they know that they have enough mobility to still join the Ray fight if ever needed. And you look at the way Arsenals has positioned themselves. They anticipated it to happen, so no round number 2 for Sympathy, at least in game 2.
Right, and this is quite beautiful as well, coming in from that of a Tonnery, and of course we have Baby here, just trying to get the level 13.
Points.
Level 13 really, before that Ray fight, but what had happened?
Yeah, we're slowing things
down right now.
It's super slow. 2 minutes and 11, ladies and gents, and No Sympathy and Arsenal still squaring it off. Hopefully we get to see the conclusion of this game.
Okay, so it seems as if we're going to be fixing that in just a bit. And perhaps, I'm not quite sure what's going to happen here. Maybe we'll just be given the result, or if they can fix it up, then we'll just head back. It was like just a few seconds before the Rayquaza even.
I think we're going back into the game.
Oh, here we go.
1 minute and 20.
What happened? Easy Arsenal was able to get in that Rayquaza, and still 1 minute mark, I think.
And I think it is going straight to a game number 3. At no point will No Sympathy will be able to challenge this Ray push coming in from the Arsenals.
It It was quite anticlimactic.
I mean, that's what happens, right?
Yeah. I mean, it happens, but
But the beauty about it though is that we will have a game number 3.
that is true. That is true. I mean, again,
Go ahead.
I was expecting this. It was a very close. No sympathy. Arsenal's with players that have been around in the community for quite a while, and it just showed. It just showed.
Yeah. Not going down quietly, not going down without a fight is the Eastern Arsenals. And Eastern Arsenals force a game number 3 at decider. We did not see how it happened.
Oh, there you go.
We are seeing
the remainder.
The conclusion.
Right.
891 points for the Arsenals. It's not as far as what the score would suggest, though. Right? It was still a very close game.
Before that, right?
Yeah, it's 195 tied for both teams. So, yeah, never mind the score. Yeah, sure, Arsenals will be getting game number 2 and force a game number 3. But I still feel that this series can go either way.
Right. No, honestly, I have to agree with you. And it's just fascinating to see a very close game such as this. And again, I have to reiterate, it's a single elimination.
Yeah, no more tomorrow for
whoever's losing this, right?
Yeah, the team that will be losing this will have to pack their bags. Now, speaking of bags, Gabsu bagging the MVP in game number 2, and you see the damage dealt by the Glaceon. 50,000. This double carry setup that they have tried and they maximize here just was allowed by the Buzzwole, because I feel that the Buzzwole was really creating enough space for all the spokes to come through.
Right, especially with its crowd controls as well, smackdown, repositioning everyone as well, isolating, a target is just really helpful. But I have to commend here Fear and Dawn being, the best supports that they can be, and having quite a number on the recovery as well, allowing their team to survive as much as possible.
Power of the supports. Raijin on the Pikachu, not the best game. He had the best game for his team standards, but I feel that they need more from him in order for them to beat the team that I feel is a little bit favored by many heading into the series. Although, just looking by their performance, with how close games 1 and 2 was, I feel that game number 3 is going to be a very big nail-biter.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's the final moment. It is the final round for both of these teams. Again, one mistake is all it will take for them to pack their bags, go back, and, well...
See you next year, I guess.
See you next year.
But what we will be doing is to see you in a very short while, because we are going to enter a very short break.
Are we? I don't think so. I think we're going to be heading straight to game number 3.
The thingy?
I think it's already fixed, though.
Oh,
I think it's already fixed.
Then, yeah, let's do it.
So yeah, again, I think we've already said everything that we wanted to say going to game number 3. So I think it's quite pretty smart of us to take time and make use of this time.
Yeah.
To thank our sponsors.
I can read your mind now, JJ.
There you go.
Yeah. We so instead of going to a very quick break, we're going straight to action in game number 3, and this is the best opportunity to give a huge shout out to Smart, the official telco partner of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024.
Right, it is still the Philippines' best mobile network, having the fastest network and nationwide coverage in the country, as awarded by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data for Speed and Coverage, quarter 2nd of 2023.
Yeah, and remember that you can get a free Burger McDuck
when
you switch to Smart, Prepaid, or TNT. It's so easy to join. You just have to text
Burger
to 5858. And load within 30 days after activating your new SIM. I feel that, the activation of SIM nowadays does have a process to it, just because of the SIM registration that we have, right?
Yeah, I mean...
Because you have to register the SIM under your name. Yeah,
now it's under your name now, so... Well, it's actually quite helpful to some extent as well, to to prevent a little
It's
bit
a
of
need,
a.
though.
It's a need,
It's
right?
a necessity. It's a welcome change, and yeah, huge shout out to Smart by implementing. By implementing this very much needed change
Right.
for the community, just making sure it's a safer space for everyone.
Right.
Yes.
But we have to, emphasize as well that after you've texted burger to 5858, you'll be receiving an SMS with a Burger McDonald voucher that you can redeem on any McDonald's branches nationwide. Just have to load and you get a free burger. It's do we have a burger?
Yeah.
Do we have a burger?
We're with Smart. We're with Smart, dude. Not with the other guys. But yeah, sure. I guess you guys, if you want to grab yourself a snack, feel free to do so. We are here
Just waiting.
for your entertainment, and we're just waiting for game number 3 to start up. By the time that we enter the drafting phase of game number 3, I feel most of the questions that we have will get answered.
Right.
Because I feel that the drafting has also decided the outcome of the game.
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, again, Gabsu is one of the known kind of carry players in the community as well,
Yeah,
and it showed
Gabsu,
even
dude.
with that of the they just have like the game sense at all. Having being that of the Glaceon in game number 2 showed how much they be the veteran in the game. They know their positions, they know their timings, and basically what I call is be the guide for the team. Really.
Yeah. Being able to, again, create the space is also the buzzword,
Right.
which was a surprise in game number 2. But as I predicted it, JJ Kun, we're going to enter a very short break. By the time that we get back, it will be game number 3, the decider for this series.
Pokemon Unite. Pokemon Unite. Asia Champions
Pokemon
League.
Unite.
Pokemon
No,
Unite.
just do it 3 times.
Pokemon Unite. Pokemon Unite. Pokemon Unite.
Okay.
There we go.
Cleaner.
Is it clear? They want to do it again?
Pokemon
like-
Unite. Pokemon Unite. Pokemon Unite. Welcome back, guys, to Pokemon Unite, the qualifiers for the Philippines. We are your host slash caster slash your homeboys, Adaluz and JJ Kun.
It's
What a refreshing sight
to see you.
to see you as well. But yeah, we're just waiting for the formalities.
updates.
Yeah. We are listening into the players
Right.
again.
And we cannot as hosts, as casters, we cannot really tell you what's
Yeah.
gonna happen. We have to wait for the operations and what's gonna be the directive here for what's gonna happen. For Arsenals and No Sympathy.
because it's very hotly contested and a very tight matchup between the
Right.
two teams. I feel that whatever the advantages were at that point, both teams felt that they were in the position to win it all.
Right.
Still though, there is a game number 3 that we're waiting to commence here, JJ. And again, as advertised and as we predicted, this is a game that will go down to down to the wire. And I feel both these teams. It's quite unfortunate to see them on the same side of the bracket because I feel on the others. Like if it wasn't the same bracket,
Oh yeah, for
I feel
sure.
that both teams will be advancing to day number 2.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. I mean, they showed us, showed
Enough.
us no sympathy
They
at all.
showed
Both
us
of them
enough.
really. Eastern Arsenal showed us everything that they have, all on their pockets.
Yeah.
No sympathy at all as well. Very close. Even in game number 2, right? Even in game number 2, and this is what I'm saying as well. Like game 1 was already close. Game 2 was even closer, and game number
Right.
3.
Will be closest.
But I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen here because
Yeah.
they are just phenomenal.
The way they play their game plan, right? Like again, the Lapras plus Blastoise being able to recognize that they can win skirmishes just as long as they can control choke points did get answered by the Buzzwole at the perfect timing, though, right? Like we have to remember that one skirmish that really broke open the game for Eastern Admirals to come back into the game was the bottom area clash in where Buzzwole turned level 9 and then he was just smashing
Ultra Swole Swarm,
smacking
say it.
down. What?
Ultra Swole Swarm.
Right. Ultra Swole Swarm. Blah.
Right. So again,
it's a very mouthful for sure. I guess you can say USS. Right?
USS. Sure. Right. Let's have a little bit of a recap as well of what's happening in the Pokemon Unite Philippine Open for the Asia Champions League. Again,
Right.
this is currently just the qualifiers. Day number 1 is single eliminations. We have 32 teams in the bracket. Now it's going to be slashed down to 8 teams to play on day number 2, which will be played and a double eliminations bracket.
Yeah, the double eliminations bracket will be looking for the top 6 teams. So it's quite forgiving compared to our day number 1. But again, knowing that the 8 best teams so far of the open qualifiers will be playing, I expect intense battles to commence and to happen tomorrow.
Right. And again, for those top 8 playing for the double eliminations tomorrow, only 2 of them will have to say goodbye.
That's the sad part about it, right?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, today, I think we were saying goodbye to 24 teams.
Yeah, we are. So, it seems as if we have already gotten our update. We are going to be remaking game number 2 with the same picks and same band.
That's
What do you feel about this?
on record or off record? That's one way to put it.
Right.
No comment is a comment.
That is true. That is true. So we're gonna be seeing the same set of picks and ban for game number 2, and this is just a chance for No Sympathy in maybe getting a 2-0 here, or maybe we might be able to technically go on game number 4. Right, because this is a remake of game number 2.
A remake doesn't often happen. And when it does happen, you have to think about what happened in the prior game. And we have to remember that there were points in where there were over aggression on the side of NS that got capitalized by the Admirals, or by the Team Eason. The feel that Arsenals, sorry, not Admirals. What was I saying?
Right.
But yeah, you get what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Arsenals, I feel, with the by recognizing their win condition very early, I feel that this game number 2 will
go
definitely tilt to their favor, and we will still have a game number 3. Could be wrong though, but again, just happy to be proven wrong if ever that happens.
Right, and at the same time, like for No Sympathy, they now have this chance in order to adapt to what Eason Arsenals was able to deliver to them, especially that we're going to be playing the same set of Pokemon, same set of bands anyway, so they just have to, optimize their movements and their macros as well, going against that of Eason Arsenals.
It's a new game, but it's I would say same draft, but it will be a totally different game for sure, right? They still will have the freedom to switch what their roles are, right? So we could be seeing, a new mid or central area Pokemon.
Right.
But really, it's all about the Buzzwole. I feel that, it has to be respected at one point, especially at level 9. You cannot just go in.
With the what again?
USS.
That was good. That was good.
This guy he's really testing my patience right now. I tell you what, we are going straight into game number 2. I was about to say 3, but it is No Sympathy still in the lead, 1-0.
Yeah, we are. Well, it's basically the same.
redraft.
It's basically the same draft anyway.
Yeah.
So we already.
We don't mind the sequence though, right? Like just as long as they draft the same 5 Pokemon.
Yeah. I mean, we have the what do you call this? We have the Lapras, we have the Blastoise.
Yeah, Lapras,
we have
Blastoise on the other side. The
Excuse me.
Buzzwole.
the Glaceon coming in from Gabsu as well.
He was so impressive though. But I cannot take my eyes off Buzzwole.
Right. No, yeah, especially with his
For
crowd
the
control
obvious reasons, right?
potential. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And of course, we have the Umbreon as well. It was quite a really helpful Pokemon, especially that there was Meatlook, not allowing No Sympathy to go anywhere at all.
Yeah. And we were saying that we were. I won't say we were critical of the Pikachu pickup, but I feel that he needs to step up, especially. The majority of the damage outside of the Inteleon will be coming from the Pikachu. Again, we are going to enter the same draft, and it's not the same sequence, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, they can switch it up after picking the Pokemon
Right.
anyway.
Yeah.
Going back though, like the Pikachu, as you have mentioned, it need to step up. They need to be more effective on the team fight because the only time that we were able to see the Pikachu was when it used its Ignite move, Thunderstorm, and after that, it was just like, where's the Pikachu?
Yeah, Thunderstorm following a Hydro Typhoon.
Yeah.
It's a massive team fight, combo.
Yeah.
Unite combo that you can actually do. A fusion attack, as we call it. Then again, it's harder to execute because of the threat of the Buzzwole.
Right.
Presenting himself as a big wall. Not to mention the amount of pokes that are available to the Arsenals. They can just poke you down even before the fight starts.
Yeah.
And, that's when Glaceon
Comes in.
becomes a very scary Pokemon because once he sees a very low health bar,
Yeah,
he can just burst you down.
Burst you down with that of the Icicle Spear, and at the same time, again, cannot dismiss the fact that the Buzzwole is up there to isolate a Pokemon and then, fusion it, or combo it with that of the Mean Look, right? And it's, a pick-off immediately from there.
And we're going to enter game number 2. It's a remake with Arsenals again. Needing to win this to extend their tournament life. This is how intense the day has been. 1-2-0 or one loss of a series would basically mean your tournament life here. And
Right.
I understand, that whatever the decision was to remake the whole thing, it's centered around the idea that there is no more second chance
Oh, yeah.
for all the teams.
For sure, but here comes, the
Very good
Lapras
slam, yeah.
putting in a little bit of a stacks here as well from their points, and they are going to be able to get more points as well.
Oh.
Was able to seal away,
Yeah.
that
Wow,
what was
Pokemon.
it, Bunnelby.
Getting some XP wouldn't hurt, especially if you are left by yourself most of the time here in the top area. And this is what we have seen for almost the entirety of the competitive meta in Pokemon Unite, right? Like we see the 1v1s, we see the bruisers on the top side. The birds are going to be fought over by the bottom area. No clear victor so far. It's been a very quiet early game.
Oh yeah, in comparison to like the previous game number 2 where it was quite heavy. A
Mean Look?
beautiful Mean Look coming in, coming from that of the Arsenals, but unfortunately not going to be able to finish the job here.
I remember prior to this game, like, it also happened. The Mean Look locked down the Squirtle, and then Squirtle ended up being KO'd. But
Yeah.
again, no Sympathy, finding some breaks in the game right now. That still is the power of the Umbreon that they need to respect.
Right, and there you have it, the Smackdown coming in from that of the Buzzwole, putting in a bit of a promise here.
Bitterbirds.
Yeah, here comes the Central Birds coming up as well, and here comes the Icicle Spear from that of Gabs, so
Not
putting in a
enough.
little bit of a damage,
Yeah.
well, not a little bit, but a huge damage into the Lapras, considering that it is a defender.
Also, the passive, we have to remember. Oh, slam time. There you go. 8, 9, 17. The 30 points of the Glaceon won't be slammed as of yet.
There you
though.
go, one more time, taking
Mean
down
Look.
the War Turtle.
There you
Beautiful
go.
Mean Look as well from that of the Umbreon. But now they're going to be
Finally.
able to destroy this first tier score goal.
Yeah. Umbreon just doing Umbreon things. Showing away the Pikachu, making sure that no Sympathy will not be in the position to defend this bottom tower. And just like that, we are looking at a lead for the Arsenals very early into this game, heading into the first objective.
Right, and we haven't seen Inteleon yet do a bit of a damage here, but never mind.
Oh,
Just as I say
punish.
that, they're going to be able to take down this Buzzwole, but that is a top path. That is them giving up,
Play Fable?
that Reggie bottom, but they have the advantage over that of the Reggie Elect. So this is a bit of a handshake for them, as Arsenals is going to be able to take down this Reggie Rock.
Yeah, feel though that this Reggie Electi won't be able to touch himself down on towards the second tower, but it doesn't matter, right? It's all about the XP. It's all about the bonus 20 points as well that comes with it, and now no Sympathy and Arsenal's very close game in game number 2, as expected here, JJ.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they had to adjust going into this, and no Sympathy is going to be able to take in the central birds here as well. Level 7 is going to be the level here for the blasters as well.
Exactly.
Going to be able to help up as much now, but here comes a mean look into that Intellium, beautiful one, but unfortunately no follow-up.
He's pushing away the Umbreon. Umbreon's still a defender. Will be able to survive the all-in coming from the no Sympathy, but I was looking at the same thing. Blastoise, prior to that last level up, he was the only Pokemon left at level 6, and I feel that he was so delayed in tempo in the bottom area that Arsenals is really taking advantage of the weak early stages of the Blastoise.
And it doesn't have its Unite move yet because it's still not at level 9, so it's not going to be helping out a lot on the team fight, especially that it is the initiator in their team.
Yeah, quarter needed. Oh, good pushback.
Oh, wow, beautiful isolation with the surf coming in from Satoru. But here comes the smackdown into that Blaster's Blitz assistance to get in a little bit of sustain here. But are they going to be able to answer back here? Here comes the Solar Beam as well. Glacial Stain is going to be pulled up. Hydro Typhoon is going to be 2 down here. But here comes a follow-up. Here comes a Thunderstorm for the Pikachu. And with the Thunder to take down 2.
And this is the thing, no Sympathy. Satoru levels up just in time to defend the tower on the top area and buy enough time for the members of No Sympathy to join in Pikachu, dealing massive damage, and No Sympathy riding the momentum that they were gifted by the Arsenals.
Oh, wow. Beautiful mean look coming in from that of the Umbreon. Going to be able to do a lot of damage here. But the Lapras was able to save up that that Blastoise away from the Icicle Spears of the Glaceon.
Yeah, just blocking the path for sure. And so now this Reggie Rock will be rocked by the Arsenals. Meanwhile, NS has to settle again for the Regieleki that we know is not going to touch down, especially with the amount of focus that Arsenals can just put in on the top side of the map.
But here you go. It looks like the Intillion and the Blasters are the only ones into that of the top half.
Are they slow?
Nobody currently is helping them out. I don't think they're going to be able to take this one away. And there we go. Arsenal's going to be able to steal the Regieleki away from No Sympathy. And here comes the power from the Arsenal. Get the Smackdown once again to take down the Pikachu. Is going to be 2 down, and now they have destroyed the first tier score goal off of that top path.
Massive swing for the Arsenals this time. It took a long time for NS to secure the Regieleki, and bought enough time for the Arsenals to go there and come seal it. And it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier to touch down the Regieleki on a first tier tower. That was capitalized here by the Arsenals, now entering the 3 minutes mark of the game, and we're going to enter a very quick pause here. JJ.
As we just saw that, they just went into a tall grass and called a pause, a timeout. Yeah, a timeout. And now we're going to be, waiting for what is going to happen. That is a tech pause, apparently. And we're going to be waiting for a bit of an update on what's going to happen here.
Yeah. I guess the more intense the games become, the harder it is for us to let go of the explosions. Please.
No, yeah.
Please. But yeah, it's been very exciting.
And we are back. Can you actually hold on? Mic check. Mic check. Can you hear us? I was going to go for the introduction, but I remembered we had to check if the mic is working. You know.
I guess this is we are just on our 4th series,
right?
And that's okay. Finally, we're back into
there
action here.
Immediately.
JJ.
Wow.
Score count 193 to 160 in favor of the Arsenals. Have to remember that Arsenals needs to win one game to force a game number 3.
They have the lead though, but it's not much. It's only 33 points.
Game.
And it seems as if like the Clefable is not moving from earlier. It's not moving till now.
No.
They're not moving at all.
Oh,
there's 3 of them that's not moving. Oh, yeah,
I guess
never mind.
it's
That's Capsu.
Yeah, I guess it's intended. They're just staying around the grass.
Oh, there you go. They finally moved.
Don't make me panic, my friend.
They finally moved.
Don't make the viewers panic. Arsenals are still in it to win it. And Arsenals, again, just proving that they will have the better advantage overall by securing the buff, the combat buff that is presented by the Reggie buff downstairs. And this will be massive once again. It's all about the sustain, not the biggest help for sure.
Right, but they do get the shield and the XP across the board here. 13, 13, 12, 11, 11. Definitely on the... Okay, never mind. They have 3 13s on no sympathy.
Yeah.
But what is happening right now? What are you going to be doing here?
All units available.
Buzzwole is still waiting from the base.
Possibly just waiting for them to... I think he's seeing the score.
Right? Yeah,
he's
marking.
Seeing the score. He's seeing the scores right now. And 1 minute 30. This could start anytime soon.
Just waiting for that split push, but it seems as if they were able to wait a bit long now that they know that nobody's going to do a split push.
Yeah. No Sympathy wants to go for the backdoor play, but they are being denied. Read by the Arsenals.
Wow, this is going to be intense here, but they have to check that Lapras because it can always do a split push right now.
And you see the points, 193 to 160. It's too close for comfort. Arsenals recognizes this.
Oh, here's the liquidation just to bait out Arsenals. Yes, sirree. But what's going to happen here?
The Sniperoo and the rage advantage being maximized right now.
Oh, the mean look though! The mean look into that of the Intillion, but gets the Bliss Assistant as well. Higher Type is going to pop up. Ultra Swole Sword is going to be popped up as well. But it's going to be 2 down into the side of Arsenals right now. What's going to happen for them? Are they going to be able to capitalize on this? It's going to be the Blastoise going to be going down as well. And the Clefable down. The Lapras is the only one taking the damage from that of the Arsenals.
No Sympathy! Has no sympathy, no remorse at all.
But there's still this the solar beam from the Mew. Let's find out if they're going to be able to steal this away. Let's find out together. Here comes the Gapsu. Okay, waiting. They know that the Mew is here, but they are not going to be able to steal the Rayquaza as no sympathy is going to be able to score. They need to score it still. They have the time. 100 points, and that's it. That is it, ladies and gentlemen, and all traders alike. No Sympathy was able to clutch down the score at the very last moment.
What a team fight. And again, that over-aggression coming in from the Buzzwole. The counter-engage coming from No Sympathy. And all of a sudden, we have a 2-0 with No Sympathy advancing. What a game.
Wow. I like the fact that No Sympathy forced Eastern Arsenals on an option select, right? Especially that Tornado was just waiting at the base, waiting for that mark if someone's going to someone's going to do a split push, which what the Lapras did into Eastern Arsenals, just playing a little bit of a mind game, and they didn't need it. And because of that mind games, just because of the Lapras's existence right there, they were scattered around, and No Sympathy was able to capitalize on this.
Can I just say that Satoru once again ends up the hero that No Sympathy needed? He was the ultimate bait. He got mean looked, right?
No. The one that got mean look was Intillion. And then,
was it
yeah,
Intillion?
it was Intillion. It was very quick, right? It was Intillion, and then immediately it was because of Dawn, Bliss Assistance, Unite move to sustain the
wow.
Intillion. Because that was the initiation coming from the Eastern Arsenals, right?
Right.
Pullcart with the mean look. That was quite beautiful initiative from that of the Umbreon, but they were almost into taking down that Intillion if it wasn't for Dawn's Bliss Assistance right at the nick of time.
Yep. Clutching it out is no sympathy. They are just a crazy team to watch. You give them a few seconds and they will be able to slam it through. And again, Ray Buff. Had it been that the first tier tower in the bot lane wasn't there anymore, I guess it wasn't enough time, or was it?
It wouldn't be enough.
It wouldn't be enough.
It wouldn't be enough. So I guess that's one of the reasons as well that if you are almost into the Rayquaza fight anyway, you don't desert the first score goal because that could be your saving grace.
Exactly.
And that's what happened with No Sympathy. Because again, even if they were able to take in that Rayquaza, if there was no first year score goal, they wouldn't have enough time to put in the scores. Only if, right? The only saving grace for them was the Lapras Express, which was already popped up.
Invested, yeah, it was already invested in that team fight alone. But that is just the 4th series of the day. We'll be right back with more Pokemon Unite action for you.
Pokemon Unite. Pokemon Unite. Pokemon Unite.
The open qualifiers continue with your guessers, Atiluz and JJ Kun. And if you are wondering what region you are currently watching,
it's this. Can you want to show it? It's here.
Yeah, it's the Philippines. Wow. Wow, Philippines.
Wow.
Wait, that's been a long time ago slogan.
Yeah, before it was more fun, right?
Yeah, more fun. And then what do we have for this year? I think it was a bit controversial, right?
I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure.
You know what's not controversial?
Pokemon Unite. There we go. See, I can read your mind now too. But speaking of Pokemon Unite, we're gonna be heading into our remaining matches here.
Yeah.
The schedule. Early. Oh wow, we have an updated graphic here.
You see?
Beautiful.
You
That the one that got taken out is now darkened.
Secret Rare Diamond going against 40 WR. I just wish WR does not mean win rate because I feel
40 win rate is
it's okay if you are against the best of the best teams.
Yeah.
But 40 win rate
is
I guess it's anything less than 50 is not okay.
Yeah. But just to give a little bit of an update, right? So we got a no sympathy already advancing to day number 2.
Yeah.
We have Isen Celto as well. The only remaining Isen team that is going to be proceeding to the next stage tournament because Aumento also got taken out.
Wow.
We have Secret Rare Pearl as well. Again, as I mentioned earlier, taking out their teammate Violet. We have Last on Fox actually taking out Omo Bengal. We have Night Fox as well, taking out Aumento. Terra Volt, the one who proceeded with from the default earlier, actually won their match as well against SMC Bebsies. And of course, now we're just waiting for the last 2 matches for our top 8, which is going to be Secret Rare Diamond versus 40 WR. And of course, our finale for the day is going to be PNK Hiraya versus Omo Dragon Lee.
Yeah, if you guys are wondering why Elevate Esports nor Talon Esports was not said by Mr. JJ here, that's because they're not part of the day 1 and day 2. Exactly. We have to wait for day number 3. We have to wait for the playoffs in order for us to see the direct invited teams.
They have that advantage from playing in the World Championships in Yokohama. So now they have to wait for just wait from the qualifiers, and they're just waiting for you at the top.
Secret Rare Diamond going against 40 WR. The drafting is underway. As I believe you are very familiar with Secret Rare as an org, right? They are sending in 3 teams, with Diamond being one of, I would say, their promising teams as well.
Right. As was told to me by the community as well, Diamond is the most promising team among the 3. And I'm just really excited to see what they have in store for us because they have been playing for quite a while.
Right.
And they are one of the crowd favorites as well, I would say, to be able to get to top 8. And on the... well, you have to write it down. Yeah. Right? The Zacian, which we haven't seen in quite a while, is going to be coming up here.
For good reasons.
Good reasons, yeah. I mean, it's 50% win rate in the... right? 51% win rate. 54, there we go. On the ladder, which... for obvious reasons. We have, however, the Mimikyu ban and the Hoopa, removing a bit of a, some issues with the mobilities, hyperspace hole, and maybe Secret Rare Diamond here might opt in for the Hoop. No, not that. Hoopa, but the Umbreon.
Hoopa is banned away.
Yeah.
I would love to see Slowbro get prioritized here by Secret Rare Diamond, but they would elect to go for their very own Pokemon in the Mew, which to me is still very, I would say, a very decent pick. Again, just as long as you first pick Zacian, I forgive you with whatever you want to pick.
Right, but here's the thing though, even if they only have 3 for now, right? They already have the backline damage, they already have the bruiser, and they have the sustain. And there you go. As I mentioned, the Umbreon, take away the Hoopa, and you have an open Umbreon.
Slowbro, is
Not here.
something that is not going to be picked up here by Secret Rare Diamond. So immediately will be the last pick here by 40 WR. So yeah, you look at their composition, one would say that it's a very even matchup, but this matchup gets decided by who gets the Zacian. Again, Zacian is very strong right now, right? Like early stages, skirmishes on the top side can easily get won by the Intrepid Sword passive coming in from
charging their moves as well,
Exactly.
giving it a second cooldown, basically allowing it to, well, kind of spam its moves.
Yeah, and at the first few stages of the game, investing your energy points does not matter, because what you want to do is to actually just have a small amount of points to have that faster slam onto the
Get
top
the stacks,
hoop.
right?
Right. So one would say that, you know, the kit of Zacian, that's one of the reasons why Zacian is not that OP, is because you have to invest your energy in order for you to have extra damage. At the early stages of the game, you will be most willing to trade that off because you are stacking your items anyway.
And at the same time, right, it only has one of the drawbacks for Zacian here is that you can only put in 2 held items here, because that of the 3 slots, one is taken by Rusted Sword, which is by lore always, you know, handed by Zacian. That's why it has its current form right now with the wings and all that. Because if if it's not for the Rusted Sword, right? It doesn't have that form. It doesn't have the wings and all that. So it's lore based. That's why.
So without the sword, he will just be a baby Zacian, I guess.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Yeah. And it doesn't have, you know, a bit of a resistance to some of the Pokemon, Pokemon's elements. But speaking of Pokemon's elements, the element now is Secret Rare Diamond versus 40 WR. Not the top that we've used to seeing from the earlier matches, right?
Luxury that you have whenever you have the Lapras. That is very formidable and self-sustaining on the top side. One of the tankiest Pokemon in the game. First goal here by, is that Steam?
That's Steam, yeah. That is.
I don't have my glasses on, and
It is quite far away. It's quite small for fonts.
I will remember this day as the day I casted without my glasses on, JJ.
Wow. Okay, so we have the this is the Umbreon.
Yeah, it should be Umbreon. Oh, here comes the Zacian. I think first KO is just imminent.
Yeah, there we go. That is the Fun Thump going down for the first. And instead of going for the Sacred Sword, actually goes in for, what we call this, the Metal Claw, taking down 2 in the process for this Zacian.
And what did we tell you, guys?
Zacian wins games.
Zacian wins games. Wins the early game, that's for sure, right?
Right.
Well, will they be able to secure it into a win? Well,
that's a different story.
I would say it's a very... I would say
likely. It was plausible,
very plausible that happens.
Right. But again, the main goal here is they need to stop the Zacian. They need to mark the Zacian. But here's the thing, though. There is still the Umbreon as well and the Lapras, you know, stopping them from doing that.
Possible KO. One more hit, and there you go. Lapras putting in more points on the top side for SRD.
Right, and instead of going in for the Surf, they went in for, what do you call this, the Scald?
Yes.
Into that of the Slowbro, just so they can have a little bit of a debuff here, right? Into, well, the Pokemon that will get hit. So, you know, there's a debuff on their attacks and slowing them down as well.
Wait, Zacian is already level 8.
Outnumbered here.
No.
Zacian with the Metal Claw again.
6-3-0. And again, just dominating. Wherever he is, it is expected that the SRD will be making plays. And you see his play here. He's been getting lots of KOs for his team, buying his team enough space to get the dunks in. And so far, no scores to be had for 40WR.
Right. It is quite a dominating lead in the early game here for Secret Rare Diamond. And I guess that just, you know, speaks that they are one of the most, you know, favored to get into day number 2 as well here from the community. And here comes the Intrepid Sword into that of the Unite move as well, but not going to be able to hit anyone at all.
Super scary whenever he's on your tail. Yeah, the first objective spawns up here, JJ, with a one-sided beatdown so far, with SRD really just maximizing their advantage. There is a level 4 Pokemon at 6 minutes and 45. That's how one-sided this game has been.
Right, and I mean it's the tank. It's the defender of 40WR, and not being able to help out at this late in the game. It's
so sad.
Wow. I have, and even a Bulbasaur. It's still a Bulbasaur. Level 4.
Bulba. Clash happens. And again,
Moonlight Prance is going to be popped up. There's going to be 4 now into the side of 40W. Quite a quick succession here from Secret Rare Diamond. And they don't have any sweat at all. They're not sweating against 40WR.
40WR. Oh, I hate to say it, but it doesn't look like it's a 0WR, at least for them in game number 1. Because you look at how they just dominate SRD, not stopping anytime soon.
You know what I think they need to smoothen out this aggression from Secret Rare Diamond? I think they need some WD-40.
Yeah, I know. Just lubing it in. They need to smoothen things out. Because you look at the play coming in from SR Diamond, they're not shying away from getting the
even
points
at low HP.
Reggie Lecky got a very, I would say, helpful touchdown. And you see the turnaround.
Lapras with the assist into that of the, the Umbreon.
They can slam more points. Because 204 is
What is happening with the Bulbasaur?
He's...
Man, what is happening right now?
Yeah, he's switching sides, I guess.
Wow.
he's going to the other side. He wants to join Secret Rare Diamond, and for obvious reasons, because it's just been a team that I think has recognized that SR Diamond is just too superior in game number 1. That's a unique experience of casting for me.
Yeah,
because that's just the 5-minute mark of the game.
We're only playing for 10 minutes. And see, that's the thing, right? Like in game, you can only surrender starting at the 5-minute mark.
Right.
But they immediately surrendered
at 4 minutes and 30.
Immediately after reaching 5-minute mark.
Yeah. Now, what to say?
There's
my
not much
cross,
to
I
say,
guess.
dude.
Exactly.
There's not much to say because
again, it's Asian. At no point in this tournament that it should be let through unless you devise a plan to control and slow down the Zacian. But I guess, at the first few minutes of the game, there's really just one way to control it, and that is to not fight him at all. That's where he's strongest, just because of the amount of damage that he can put in, because of the passive that he has.
Sorry, I'm still processing what happened.
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
I'm left quite dumbfounded.
Don't be. I'm
like
because that happened to me last night too. I was forced to surrender at 5 minutes.
Right. Laddering preparation for the game.
The ladder experience, ladies and gents, hasn't been too kind to Mr. Auto, last name Blues.
I mean, I guess this is what happens as well if you get paired to a 5-stack on the ladder if you're playing alone.
Yeah. Did you see Jubilee? Jubilee ended the game at level 4.
Right, yeah. It never evolved. It never evolved, right?
Yeah, it's a baby Venusaur, right?
It was the Bulbasaur that was going, joining Diamond.
I guess you can say Jubilee was Jubilees. He was
Wow.
He was.
It was
he? He was Jubilees.
Okay.
Game number 2 will be underway in a short while, ladies and gents. And again, this is still the Philippine qualifiers. Round number 2. It's just...
oh, wow. They are... No. We're not going to go to game number 2. 40. We just got the update that 40 WR is forfeiting the tournament.
They don't want to face the wrath. They don't want to face the wrath of Secret Rare Diamond. And so we are heading straight to our last series of the day. But before that, we're going to enter a very short break. Audaluz and JJ Kun will be right back.
we were able to see quick matches. We were able to see games that lasted like a lifetime. But this time around, we are currently on our final match of the day for the Pokemon Unite Philippine Open Asia Champions League 2024. Day number 1. My name is JJ, and with me is Odaluz, and this time we're going to be headed for PNK Hiraya versus Omo Dragon Lee.
Oh, I've seen lots of comments saying, "Where are the Omo? Where is Omo?" And now we will be finally seeing Omo in action, a team that I believe has a lot of fan base as well, similar to PNK.
Right, so here's the thing though, like, Hiraya, from what I was told as well by the community, they are quite consistent, right? But in the terms of Omo Dragon Lee, they have been changing a lot in their roster, okay? But at the same time here, I would like to give shout-outs to Dragon Lee because a lot of their players actually have been playing for quite a while as well. Specifically, one of the returnee with them is Sergi. There you go, playing for Dragon Lee.
Yeah. According to our notes as well, when we were discussing them, amongst the veterans in the team are Ryota, Louis, and Chius.
And Sergi.
Well.
There you go.
And yeah, Mr. Sergi.
For those who doesn't know as well, Sergi has been playing for Rated PG, one of the teams that we've casted from earlier, but now is playing for Dragon Lee. I was actually quite surprised that they're now playing for Dragon Lee as well. But there's the other thing as well, the other players, the other team that is Hiraya, who has been quite a dominant team as well in that of the community.
Yeah, and again, guys, this tournament has been super fun.
So far?
Yeah, so far. We have seen the things that we don't expect to see, but none of this would be possible if not for our official telco partner in Smart. Smart is the official telco partner of the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024.
And it is still the Philippines' best mobile network, having the fastest network and nationwide coverage in the country, as awarded by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data for speed and coverage Q1 to 2nd of 2023.
Yeah, be part of the digital transformation in the world of connectivity. Say hello to convenient flexibility and local connectivity with the all-new Smart Prepaid eSIM, now available for digital delivery through the Smart Online Store for only 99 pesos.
And, you know, I just have to say that I'm a little bit hungry right now, and I'm really, you know, a bit of, you know, I want a bit of a burger.
Guess what you want.
Yeah, I want a burger right now.
I want a burger for sure.
From McDonald's, you know. And when you switch to Smart Prepaid as well, or TNT, you can easily get this burger voucher from McDonald's. All you have to do is text a burger, BURGER, to 5858, low within 30 days of your SIM activation, and get an SMS text, you know, a voucher that you can redeem in any branches nationwide for McDonald's.
Yeah. Here in the Philippines, okay?
In the any branches in the Philippines nationwide.
We are being watched on all platforms or different platforms all across the world right now, and yeah, wherever you are, hello.
It could be a good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are.
Could be guten Morgen, right? it's official though. Right. It could be Salamat Pagi.
Right. Okay. That one I understood.
You know that, right?
Yeah, that one. Okay.
So many linguists. And again, wherever you are, good morning. And welcome again to the regional qualifiers for the Philippines. And
Day one.
Day one. We've witnessed teams get eliminated out of the tournament. And we are just about to eliminate one more.
Right. And the only one left, right?
Though. Yeah.
We are waiting for one more team to get in on day number 2, really, to get on to the top 8. And going to day number 2, qualifiers for December 3rd. It's we're only going to be saying goodbye to 2 teams for the double eliminations tomorrow.
with how tight the competition was and is for today's matches, tomorrow will be a lot different because we'll be having 6 teams advancing out of the 8. So that leaves 2 teams to not see their journey continue.
Right.
But again, regardless of how many teams advances, it doesn't matter because what we're looking for are the top 2 teams to represent us for the upcoming international event to be held in Bangkok, Thailand. Now, we move on to the drafting phase. Omo Dragon Lee going against PNK Hiraya, and it does look like that Dragon Lee would have the first pick advantage.
Right, and for those who doesn't know, Hiraya is actually a sister team as well of the team Apo from earlier. So this is going to be their second team the tournament on the stream. Really, PNK. But now let's find out what they are going to be prioritizing. Intellianization ban, but that means we still have the Umbreon, we still have the Hoopa up as well.
Yeah. The thing about Zacian, I get excited whenever it gets banned because we get to cast the game normally.
That is true.
At least we will not be cautionary to the power of one Pokemon that we believe is really at the top spot right now, but it does look like that we will have our second Mimikyu of the day. It will be Hiraya piloting it.
Right, alongside that of the Clefable as well. But Dragon Lee, what's going to be the answer here? They first prioritize picking that of the Mew. Now, they still need, of course, one of their tanks. This is going to be Slowbro, beautiful stuff here, especially that... See, here's the thing, right? I think this is something we haven't discussed yet. It bounds the opposing Pokemon, right? If they use your Unite move, Play With Me or Slow Beam. But that move in and of itself is an unstoppable move. Therefore, it can be countered by the Slow Beam or, well, if you use a Play With Me against each other.
And I feel that Mimikyu by himself is a very, I would say, it's a champion that is so hard to catch, right? And so you
it doesn't need to get in.
Exactly. It's a single target lockdown that is very much needed. Right, exactly. So now, again, to round up the draft here by Dragon Lee, they will be having one of the MVPs that we've had so far in the Blastoise. Again, team fight-wise, one of the most influential Pokemon.
The first Blaziken off the stream, of the entire tournament on the broadcast.
This is nice. Are you ready for this?
I am. We've been discussing...
The newest Pokemon, right?
Yeah. Well, it was Mimikyu. It was Blaziken first and then Mimikyu.
Yeah, it was one of the newest Pokemon.
And we've been discussing and theorizing about Blaziken and how he's going to be able to affect the matches as well, especially that it has a bit of an AoE when in its attack.
Yeah.
And it combos all throughout its move, technically getting in 6 moves, including its Unite move, right? That it can switch its stance and combo into the switch out move set for Blaziken.
Can I just say that Hiraya really lacks AoE damage, though? I mean, you look at their composition right now, I feel that, they have the single target burst.
Right.
But the reliability of the damage coming in from the Blaziken isn't going to be there, really, because, it's very situational. We have seen Blaziken pop off in other regions' games, but most of the time it gets controlled, especially if there's a Slowbro on the other side.
No, yeah, for sure. And with that being said, we are now going to be heading into game number 1. Slowbro is going to be, I guess, one of the, the focus here on how Sergi, it is going to be Sergi controlling the Slowbro as well. We can now see the names.
I wonder why.
It's going to be definitely the focus here, how they're going to maneuver and shut down Hiraya here.
Yeah, she ran on the Mimikyu, definitely wants to slam that in. Yeah, it's kind of expected when one of the meta builds that we do have for the Mimikyu are those stacking health items, but he might just get knocked down here. That's the first KO of the game. Hoopa, again, as we know, is very strong during the laning phase and was gifted of the orange buff as well.
Right, and this is one of the things that Dragon Lee really need to do, and I like the fact that they are targeting down into that of the Mimikyu because they cannot allow it to get its power spike, because the moment it does get a play rough, even just play rough, it's about the start of the end.
I'm looking at the potential targets right now.
Combustion here.
New, a very, very juicy target to the Mimikyu for sure. Now, yeah, so far though, Dragon Lee again just asserting their dominance on the top side, needing the assistance of the Mimikyu on the top just to make sure the top lane won't get bullied that much. And there you go, an insta-clutch!
Gets back with a Phantom Force, getting in a little bit of a stun here. And now here comes the play that we were talking about earlier. But thank you very much for the assistance. There goes the Water Tail and the Hoopa helping down this Leafeon, take down the Mimikyu. And look at that, right? If it wasn't for the Hoopa, Mimikyu, despite having a low HP, would have still been able to take down the Leafeon.
Exactly, at least one. And again, this is the value of the Hoopa. Especially during the first few minutes of the game, can even snag away fruits and berries here and there. They can even, you know, out-sustain your opponent even further. So now Dragon Lee's early game advantage. No surprises here. Finally, something positive for Hiraya.
Right, up top right now, Mimikyu and the Blaziken.
He's already the Blaziken.
Yeah, but here comes the Hoopa as well. Huge damage coming in from that of the Leafeon, but still not quite enough to put down that Blaziken and the Mimikyu.
True. Again, so far, so good for Dragon Lee, but at least some signs of life for Hiraya. 30 seconds before the first objective, and that's a very early investment of the portal.
Right, and here comes a bit of a clash here before the second burst, and it looks like they are going to be committing here. Here comes the dances coming in from that of the Leafeon with the Solar Blade, going to be able to take down that Umbreon, and make that too. The Glacier is going to be taken down as well, putting down a bit of a points here to destroy this first tier score goal down the bottom path. And man, the gravity wasn't able to do anything at all. But there you go, look at that! The reverse Uno card here from that of the Mimikyu!
Chiran clutching it out and even survives in the end. The power of the Mimikyu in full display. Now Blaziken in his element is charging up. Boom.
Overheat. There we have it. Not going to be able to do a lot here. Focus Blast is going to be popped up here as well. But there you go. Beautiful eject button to get away from the Solar Blade.
And again, the Spinner Rooney damage coming from the Blastoise, ever so reliable.
Oh, wow. That is what we're talking about. Here comes Dragon Lee right now, putting in a little bit of pressure. Going to be taken down too. The Blaziken and that of Fable. But the Glacial Siege coming in from that of the Glacial. Going to put out a little bit of a damage here as well. But there is still she is with that of the Leafeon, putting them down on the mark. But there is still the Hyperspace, so they are not going to be stopping there anytime soon. But here comes the Shadow Sneak in that of the Play Rough and the Play with me right now. Slowbro's going to be taken down. Beautiful assistance and initiation coming in from that of the Mimikyu.
Sure, but Kiraya cannot do a thing to progress their points, because even though they were able to secure a knockdown against Slowbro, it's just one defender. The Blastoise is still here. Hydro Typhoon
taken down too in the process, knocking them out, and it looks like Sheeus is going to be able to take down the Regieleki for themselves, but they have to put down this first tier score up top because it's going to be destroyed by the Regieleki. Not going to be able to capitalize on that.
Still, an advantage is an advantage. Dragon Lee denying the Regieleki against the Hiraya is already a positive. Not to mention that Dragon Lee, again, their composition is centered around being able to control the Mimikyu. And so far, so good for their squad.
Has been, they know their objectives, they know their targets, and they know how to play around it. Because there's a difference between you know your objectives, but you can play around with it. Then it's still going to be up. But there you go, the Shadow Sneak, looking for opponents into the teleport for that Play Rough.
They need to go back.
Beautiful damage, and look at that. Just that hit from the Mimikyu puts Blastoise into half health.
Now they can rotate easily on towards the Regibuff downstairs. You look at the Solar Sword, massive damage, half health. Going to sustain up by the Moonlight, but Dragon Lee so far in full control.
Right, and it looks like that we're going to be seeing a bit of a handshake here as Hiraya is going to be able to put in a bit of a point here up top. But there goes the Rings as well. Rings unbound from that of the Hoopa, allowing them to count back immediately. But that's going to be Slowbro going down, and Hyper Typhoon is going to be popped up as well. But there goes Hyperspace Fury once again. Going to be able to take down everyone into the side of Hiraya, and that is it. A team wipe for Dragon Lee.
You can never outplay a Hoopa-centric team. One Rings unbound, enough to call for reinforcements. And with a Hydro Typhoon hitting 5 members, Hiraya was just left out in the dust. Dragon Lee enjoying a massive advantage. 4 minutes left in the game.
Right, that was quite a beautiful shot call here coming in from that Dragon Lee. Yeah, sure, put in your points here and then immediately go back here with the rings and bound, teleport here, and let's take them all out.
Yeah. Now Reggie Alecki open for the taking once again by the team that has been winning since minute number 1. Dragon Lee can just focus down the Reggie Alecki, and Hiraya is trying to control the damage, getting some points here in the bottom area as well. It's not yet over,
Not
JJ.
yet. We still have the X factor here. That is the Rayquaza. But it looks like Dragon Lee is going to be able to secure this Regieleki up top. But look at the power and the tankiness of the Blastoise.
Not enough, though.
Putting in a lot of time for their teammates.
Reggie Alecki just got delivered touch.
Not
down.
yet, not yet, not yet. They were able to restore
Wait.
the secondary score goal. And the Regieleki is now headed to the last year's score goal.
And now, with the space being created, Dragon League can just transition it into more points for themselves.
Right.
Preparing for a potential Ray clash here at the middle of it. JJ Con Dragon League. Methodical textbook play coming from them, coming in clutch.
Dude, I wasn't expecting this from Dragon Lee. You know, I've not this stage, and I guess they have evolved this much, and they are showing us that they can catch up to the top. And man, this control from Dragon Lee against Hiraya is just phenomenal.
The showdown between the two community teams that we do have, Dragon Lee so far enjoying a sizable lead. They don't have to take down the Ray for themselves.
Yeah.
They can just deny it.
And here you go. Just the last 15 seconds before the Rayquaza. This is going to be the calm before the storm.
All right.
Let's find out who's going to be able to take
Shadow
it.
Sneak will be getting some information, but again, you don't have the luxury to go and isolate one target because at any moment, Dragon League can just capitalize on it. And Slowbro coming in.
Oh, here we go. The initiation coming in from Sergi, though. But what's the follow-up? Here's the Rings Unbound. They're going to be able to take down
Hydro
this.
Typhoon once
oh my
again.
goodness, the Slowbro is going to be taken down as well. Hydro Typhoon to knock up a lot into the side of Hiraya. But what's going to be answered here? Here comes the Solar Blade going to be able to take down 2. But there's going to be 3 into the answer from Hiraya as well. It is only the Blastoise and the Hoopa left here. But the question is, would they be able to be enough to steal away this?
Boom.
Oh my goodness, they're going to be able to take down the Mimikyu as well. But the Rayquaza is going to be taken in by Dragon Lee. Yes, they did with that clutch. According to smart plays here coming in from that the Blastoise. Beautiful engagement with the rapid spin into the water spout.
That's the exclamation point. And Dragon Lee, with all their points, will be celebrating it by putting in more points on the table. Hiraya, this is just for moral victory, but it is as clear as a day that Dragon Lee will take this game number 1.
That was a beautiful timing coming in from Dio, right? Allowing the Blastoise to get back, right? And despite having a very low health here from Blastoise, it was just enough that they were able to push away Hiraya and that they were able to steal the Rayquaza from them.
Yeah, I feel that the Blastoise, at least from the games that we have casted so far, has been very influential, and Dragon Lee has been capitalizing on team fights after team fights, and all this Hydro Typhoons hitting so many members, the disruption needed by the carries of Dragon Lee, specifically the Mew, to really burst down all the potential targets. Hiraya will have to force a game number 3 by winning game 2.
Wow, that was that was an exciting match, honestly.
It was. The Ray battle, although, you know, at that point, with only one member remaining, though, I feel that even if it was secured by the side of, the opposing team, I believe that OMO will still be able to come out on top. Again, the play here, though, by PNK to center around their game plan around the Blaziken did not really pan out. It's so easy to control a Blaziken that needs to be up close and personal to be able to dish out damage.
Almost Dragon Lee was able to see it from a mile away, and with that, they adjusted accordingly and made sure that this Blaziken won't be able to do anything at all. I mean, it was able to do something, but it wasn't quite enough to make an effect. That's
the concern that we do have with whenever Blaziken gets picked up, right? Like, And this is what Omo saw from just the way the draft progressed, right? Like the amount of AoE damage coming in from PNK is very much lacking. That all the Hydro Typhoon is actually enough.
Yeah.
It's actually enough to win the team fight by himself.
Wow, Kairu right now at 81k, well 82k damage taking at
He's the MVP.
89k as well. Making sure that not only is Kiryu going to be able to like put in the damage, but also putting down the tankiness. Tanking in the damage for their teammates.
Yeah. The serving as the wall, but has spikes.
That's true.
Spiked wall.
And it is the
Wall spikes.
wall spikes.
Wall spikes. Spiked wall.
It is the
Yes.
The Beyblade, dude. That's coming into play, water spout into the rapid spin, immediately back to water spout to put in a bit of a DPS while tanking in the damage.
Very well thought draft. And another game in where we see the value of Blastoise being one of the favorite Pokemon that we have. Of course, Zacian still is at a different level, but I feel that the Blastoise right now, especially with the changes with you being able to reach the Blastoise or evolve to Blastoise at level 7 is providing enough reasons for all the pro teams to prioritize the Pokemon.
See, here's the thing, right? Like the strategy here for Blastoise previously before this buff is that they leave behind the War Turtle, Squirtle to War Turtle, in order for it leave it at the top when the first objective comes up, so that it can get its XP and get to level 9, so that it can join the team fight on the next team fight right after it gets level 9. But this time around, despite not having that level 9, sure, it's going to be more useful with its Unite Mode Hydro Typhoon, but just that level 7 evolution was just a huge stat spike here into that of the Blasters, that it can just tank out damage at that level.
Can I just say that, amongst all the positive things that we've been saying about the Oddmans Out team here, Leafeon was also very steady in this amount of damage. All those swords connecting in. The Solar Blade.
Yeah, the Solar Blade.
Solar Blade.
And then for those who doesn't know as well, we have not only the Solar Blade, right? Like because of its because of the passive ability, we have its second move, right? Which which it allows it to get its chlorophyll bar that it allows it to use Solar Blade once again.
Right.
It's like
the resets.
It's like Intrepid Sword, honestly, but you don't charge, right?
Yeah.
You don't charge. That's the difference.
I feel that, Leafeon, it's a plug-and-play champion in that particular draft. Like, whatever you try to, or whatever they decide to use in that instance would still be helpful. Cramorant also provides, decent damage, mid-range damage, but they want to really capitalize on those long-range damage to supplement Mew. That's the first time that we've seen a Leafeon and a Mew go hand in hand. Just throw beams and swords on towards their opponents.
Right, it was a Leaf Blade, right? Just charge up and then goes in for the Solar Blade and then goes for another Solar Blade. And at the same time, right, again, as you have mentioned, it was the first time that we saw Leafeon and Mew be together on a single team. Earlier on, we saw them, but they're on opposite sides of the end. But this time around, though, I wonder what's going to be the adjustments here by PNK Hiraya, and at the same time, they're going to be switching their sides.
Yeah. Hiraya will now be able to threaten a Zacian pick. If that is a practice champion for them, I feel that almost all pro teams or all teams that aspires for the cup or the crown wants to practice Zacian.
That's true.
I feel it's a necessity to at least have one player practice the Pokemon, because again, in its current form, in its current state, I feel that it's one of the best Pokemons to have as your opener. Hoopa will most likely get banned here by Hiraya. And that is also a champion that I feel that Dragon Lee was able to maximize in game number 1.
Oh yeah, for sure. But now this time, again, the odds are on Dragon Lee. And the question is, how is Hiraya going to be able to adjust to them going to game number 2? Because again, if they lose this one,
that's it.
That's it. Goodbye. See you next year.
That's good night. And we don't want to say our good nights to our teams as of yet, right? I don't mind having a game number 3 here, JJ Kun. As long as I have you, I'm good.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because we're going to enter a new lobby.
Yes, we are entering a new lobby. Right.
And because we are going to enter a new lobby, more time for us to discuss.
That is
Our
true.
partner in Smart, the official telco partner of Pokemon Asia Unite League Champions, or Unite Asia Champions League 2024. Mixing my words there, but you get the point. Smart,
That is true.
number 1.
Number 1.
This is also just the first day of the
first day,
qualifiers. Tomorrow we'll be back in action for day number 2, and then next week we'll
Is
have the most
playoffs.
intense playoffs, in where we will have finally the top 2 teams
Right.
from the previous tournaments to join us in Talon Esports and Elevate.
Right. Again, they are just waiting at the top. You know, we're going to be getting only the top 6 teams for days 1 and day number 2. And then we're going to be headed into our playoffs, where they're going to be joined here by Talon Esports, one of the teams that got in on the World Championships, right, in Yokohama for 2023. And of course, the second placer coming in from the Philippines in the World Championships, it is going to be Elevate Esports.
That's the 2 teams that we expect to bring out the fire. The 2 teams that will have their backs targeted by
Right.
all the teams that registered themselves to be part of this momentous tournament once again. This is Pokemon Unite Philippines Open 2023. And yeah, just it's 2024 actually.
Yeah,
But-
we're having the PH flag, regional qualifiers in 2023. And the finals is on 2024.
I'm surprised.
Because the finals is in February.
Right, because I was looking at the back.
it's here, right?
I was looking at the background. I'm seeing 2023.
2023, yeah.
And then we all our spiels is 2024.
Yeah. Right. No, yeah. Mind blown, right?
Wow. This is what happens when we have to wait for a new lobby, and we don't mind waiting as long as the action will be as I would say as intense as
Right.
game number 1, because in game number 1, although it was one-sided to a degree,
Right.
a lot of it has something to do with the Blaziken pick, though. Again, Blaziken can easily get controlled by all this controlled Pokemons that we are seeing prevalent in the meta right now. And with the execution alone, Omo really has that one-step advantage against the opposing team. Hiraya needs to go back to the drawing board to find the missing piece, to find the missing link to force a game 3.
And here's the thing as well, right? We have to remember that it's still not the end of the line for them. If they win this, we're going to be headed into game number 3. But, if Dragon League wins here, then it's they're going to be proceeding to a celebration for them. Yeah.
Celebration momentum for Mr. Dragon Lee. OMO, odd man out. And then PNK is Pikachu.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah.
And with that being said, we would like to give shout outs as well for those who are tuning in into the Asia Champions League, right? Again, we've already South Korea's already done. Japan's first qualifier is already done as well. That is in accordance with the winter tournament. We have India that's already done as well. Thailand is actually having their playoffs alongside with us. Indonesia is having their qualifiers alongside with us as well. And of course, India is done. And Malaysia and Singapore is already done as well. So we've already got a bit of our regional stage representatives. And we're still waiting for the remaining ones, such as the Philippines.
Yeah. Yeah, we are the last, but definitely not the least. Huge shout out to all the VOD viewers out there. They will be studying the Philippines for sure, because
Yeah.
I feel, especially in recent times, the Philippines has been home to new metas.
Right.
And, the Leafeon and Mew could just be one of them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, because again, with how obvious the control was, like at that point, you could see the pokes plus the swords coming in. Long range damage, you cannot really do a thing, right? This is the problem that you have whenever you have a melee-centric.
Right.
I know Blaziken Oh, sad times.
And again, we were discussing that as well, right? Like we were talking about the Garchomp, how it was actually used a lot on
in Korea.
in Korea, in
안녕하세요.
Right.
What?
Right, no, yeah. Sorry, I was
I know
just
it's an English broadcast, but
No,
I can
yeah.
say something in.
No, I know. I'm just, I wasn't expecting you to say. But you know what? We've been seeing, Garchomp get played a lot on other regions, which is actually something that is quite surprising, given that the game, as I've always been saying, is quite what it calls long range heavy, crowd control heavy, and it's really hard for you to get in on team fights. Much like what the problem is with Blaziken, right? But if you can actually play it, it rocks.
Just as long as you can play around it, I guess is the best way around it. The thing here is Blastoise by himself is already a self-sustaining champion, right? I feel, when it comes to having the easiness or which one is easier to execute, which one is easier to play. And that basically is the X factor that I'm looking at whenever I look at the drafts of all the teams. The Blastoise, very plug and play. With just one press of a button, you can actually center yourself towards a lot of members, and plus the fact that you can combine it with eject button. Lots of flexibility when it comes to all your engages.
And that is why it is one of the arguably the best initiators of team fights. Eject button in, Hydro Typhoon knocking everyone up with the follow-up coming in from their teammates essentially guarantees you winning the team fights as well. But here comes our first bans for game number 2. That is going to be the Hoopa and the Zacian.
And again, this is to our delight, because whenever Zacian
is banned,
then we can cast normal Pokemon in 9.
That's
what we're saying. Now, Umbreon is going to be locked in here for control purposes. Meanwhile, potential poke play on the Inteleon. Now I see the value of Inteleon, because again, you can flip and flap with the all-in coming from the liquidation and the snapshot if you want pokes.
There you have it. And here comes Hiraya's answer here. That is going to be the ever so safe pick. That is the Blastoise.
Love it.
Going to be paired up with the Venusaur.
Yeah. This, I think, is the second time that we will be seeing this combo in action. And I feel, with the AoE available to the Hydro Typhoon plus the Unite move of the Venusaur, you can really control all the team fights, and we know how oppressive Blastoise is. And when it comes to team fighting, one way to control it, though, is that man in pink, Slowbro.
That is true. But at the same time, the Slowbro is going to put up a lot of problems here for Hiraya, and the only one that they have as an answer to that is the Umbreon with the mean look. But here's the thing, though. Yes, you may be able to, spin around with your rapid spin, but Slowbro can always bound you with Slow Beam.
Are they going to really go for the Decidueye instead of, going for a little bit standard pick in the Mew? Because I feel that, Hiraya's lineup right now, had it been that it was with a Mew, it would have been a perfect draft for me, in my opinion. And so now Dragon Lee is going to round up their draft with Zoroark. What's your thought on this?
Zoroark, I think, is going to be the key factor here to take down Hiraya, especially with the Decidueye. Decidueye being one of the 2 Pokemon with the lowest HP in the game, alongside Greninja with 5,152. Very squishy. All it needs for Zoroark, 5,152.
How many again?
Okay, but here's the thing. It only takes like one scratch from Zoroark to take down the Decidueye.
It's that's the goal, right? Like when he saw the Decidueye, I think it's a time for us to pop out our Zoroark. We may not have our Zacian, but we can still reach the backline with all the mobility available to the Pokemon. And again, it will boil down as to how Dragon Lee will be able to control the Blastoise. I feel that Blastoise will be the integral part for PNK Hiraya to force a game number 3.
Now, here's the thing, though. It is going to be quite a challenge here for Zoroark to get in because of the Umbreon with the mean look. So it's going to be quite a threat for them. So they need to target down this Umbreon if they want Zoroark to do the job that it needs to do.
Needs to find his timings right. Needs to find the perfect opportunity and position as to where he decides to flank from. But in the first few stages or first few minutes of the game, I feel that Zoroark is very scary because he can come from anywhere, and with enough damage and mobility, he can actually influence all this lanes very much.
And here we have it as well. Beautiful isolation coming in from these Squirtle, you know, just making sure that they're going to be able to punish it. Sure, you might have been able to get your stacks, but we're going to punish that with your XP.
I still feel like the Dragon Lee on the top side is doing a remarkable job overall. Again, especially if their held items is centered around, you know, being able to stack up whenever you get a goal in. XP, you can also get XP whenever you're slamming, right?
Right. But here we have it though. Selbo's going to be able to take down this Bulbasaur, and Zoroark is now ready, going to be able to put in a bit of a damage here. And there you have it, 2 KO quite quickly.
I see you.
Now you see the prowess of this Zoroark. But here's the thing though. Umbreon still doesn't have mean look, so it is still free to take advantage of it.
That's the thing, right? Like early stages is where I believe Zoroark can really make his presence felt. And we saw it there in a very swift move. He was able to get 2 KOs with just less than a second. And this is, again, the start that Dragon Lee has envisioned. When drafting their lineup, they know that they can win the early game. And they're pushing the advantage to to the limit. 69 points to 0 so far.
And here comes a bit of a clash here, and disengage I think is a beautiful decision here coming from Hiraya, because they're gonna get eaten up here by the Zoroark, and beautiful stuff as well. And again, we have
Finally,
the War Turtle getting left out down up top, so that they can get its XP. But here comes the Spirit Shackle as well, coming in from that of the Decidueye, getting a bit of a root here. But here comes the Follow Me to get in the damage, and here comes the Faint Attack from that of the Zoroark, going to be able to take down that Decidueye. Melee going to be popped up as well. Moonlight to sustain this, and the Ivysaur is going to be taken down as well. Now you see how much it can get in. It's not going in for the Night Slash, but goes in instead for Faint Attack.
He is so mobile. He's also very hard to play against, especially when he knows he's at the advantage. Dragon Lee gets the first goal here in the bottom area. Will translate it into another objective win. Regice gives a little bit more sustain, and that's actually one of the best buffs to have at the early stages of the game. Now, on the top side though,
coming in a bit of a Reggie-like take
Surf
here.
Again.
Surf to push them away. Follow Me to take the damage. Hydro Typhoon is going to get cancelled out. Doesn't... no, the Hydro Typhoon is still at level 9. There we go. Here you have it. They're just going to be buying a bit of a time here so that they can take it to Reggie-like, and they did as well. And here comes a Knock Knock, going to be able to take down 2 into the side of Dromo Dragon Lee, but they still have the damage here. Reggie-like is going to be helping them up as well. Snipe Shot's going to be coming up as well, but with that outnumber coming from Hiraya, they're just going to disengage and let the Reggie-like put in the damage.
Good job by Hiraya in defending the top goal, but I still cannot say that they have stabilized this game. I feel that Dragon Lee, especially with the Zoroark uncontrolled at level 10, is still very much a threat to the backline of Hiraya. And Decidueye, as you said, is one of the squishiest Pokemon in the game. If he will ever have an opening, that might just mean, more advantage to the side of Dragon Lee. And you look at his play right now, he's very confident, invades the forest of Hiraya, and he knows that with enough mobility, he can survive on his own.
And that's what I'm talking about earlier as well. Being too squishy is only one scratch away from the Zoroark, right?
Right. And you look at Decidueye. Decidueye, he's doing almost nothing right now. Like, he knows that he's being hunted, and so his position in the map is to basically just be super safe.
Oh, beautiful. See, that's one of the nuances as well, that if you get hit by the Moonlight, by Mean Look, if you use your illusion, because you can transform, right? You essentially remove that away from you.
Okay, Hydro Typhoon. now available.
Going to get cancelled by Slow Beam and gets eaten up with the shield coming in from the Moonlight of France. But here comes the Follow Me to get in the damage. But what's going to be take here? Beautiful save here coming in from that able to enable this to survive. Okay. But the Hydro Typhoon is finally going to be able to take down this Zoroark as well. But the Blastoise a little bit too far away. Are they going to be able to get in? No, they're not. Louis is going to be able to take down that Blastoise. Now Snipe Shots into that of the Umbreon. Azure Spy Vision going to be popped up as well. There's going to be 2 down right now into Pink Hiraya.
And now the Slowbro is in perfect position to box them out. Dragon Lee will convert that successful defense into offensive moves. Now gets the Reggie buff here bottom lane and will most likely get the top objective as well. Dragon Lee again at 4 minutes running away with things.
Right, and they're just letting the Zoroark take the Regieleki as well. And just like that, they now have the map pressure while being able to freely score in down bottom.
Yeah, which is fine, right? There's no reason for you to take down the tower or the second goal here in the bot lane. Finally, Zoroark gets controlled. Lapras Express
is going to be used here as well. And there goes the Verdant Anger coming in from that of the Venusaur as well. But are they going to be able to answer back here? Here comes the Knocked Up as well. But no, they're not going to be able to take down anyone at all. But the Slow Beam Hydro Typhoon is going to be coming up as well. It's going to be 3 knocked up. But the Lapras trying to get away. Tanky. But is it going to be taken out? Yes, it will. Well, no, it will not be because of the sustain from that of the Clefable. But there goes the Shadow Sneak just to put a mark here into that of the Lapras.
And had it been that Hiraya overchased, there will be another threat coming in for the Zoroark. He was waiting to pounce. And the right side team, yeah, sure, orange team, Omo, Dragon Lee still in the lead right now.
202 points. 202 points.
It's actually 200. Thank you for your quick maths there, JJ.
Right. This is why we need to play. This is why we need maths in playing Pokemon Unite.
I know. It's again, the thing here is with the lead that they have, they can easily just dictate as to what will be the next steps here for the final stages out of this game. Zoroark, good burst coming from the Decidueye, but not enough to take him down.
Yes, and you know, it was quite beautiful as well coming from Shiyus to get away immediately as soon as possible because they were outnumbered and they're definitely going to be taken out and probably not going to be enough of a time to come back from the Pokemon Center to the Rayquaza.
Now Sergi and company, again, this has been the playbook of Sergi. We'll go for the, I would say, aggressive grass bot and try to box them out.
Lapras, though, is going to push them into an option select. But here comes Pink Hiraya. Doesn't mind the Lapras putting in a bit of a score here as they are outnumbering Dragon Lee right now.
Sergi can easily get sustained here. Lapras ready to flag at any moment.
Into the follow-up and Bliss Assistance going to be used into the Umbreon. But here comes Hydro Typhoon, going to be able to take down the Decidueye as well. And the Clefable is going to be taken down. That's going to be the sustain down into the side of Dragon Lee. But what's going to be happening here? Beldum is going to be used into the Surf. But they're going to freeze that Venusaur as well. But no follow-up just yet. The Zoroark needs to get away because they are low on health right now. And now this is going to be the disengage. And of course, the second extension of the team fight is going to be coming up in just a bit. But Kairu is going to put in a bit of a score as well.
Hiraya had to go back. Hiraya knew that the Decidueye missing his mark, being down, they don't have any chance to win that team fight, but they need to hasten up. They need to quicken up.
Yes, sirree. And here we have it. Hiraya trying to burst down this Rayquaza, but is it going to be enough? The Shiyus with the Zoroark going to be able to take down 2 in the process. It's going to be 2 for 2. No, make that 3. No, make that 4. And the Umbreon make that 5. That is a team wipe for Dragon Lee, getting the Rayquaza quickly. And now just scoring in for the last 3. Brought to you by Smart.
5 Pokemons down means that Dragon Lee will be ending the day on a win, advancing themselves on towards day number 2. Congratulations to Omo Dragon Lee.
That was a very fitting match to end the day, getting a 2-0. And not even just that, right? It was very close. It could have been anyone's game, but Omo Dragon Lee just showed us that they have the complete control from the early game into the late game.
Yeah, Zoroark pick up genius pick by them. Again, just dictating the early game. This is what I would say the win lane, win game mindset. They know that if the Zoroark ever goes behind because of the Fist and Famine nature of this Pokemon, they will definitely be at the back foot. But Shiyu's, again, being allowed the space to really influence the games, especially with that skirmish at the bottom lane. I know that you remember that skirmish at the bottom lane in where he got that double KO.
Right.
The necessary experience advantage by Shius to still be
at the early
relevant.
game.
Yeah, to still be relevant come late game was there. And again, Omo deciding that this is the way they want to play the game and was successful in doing so as well.
You know, I have to say, I have to commend the communication of Omo Dragon Lee here, just because of the fact that, sure, we might have a very squishy Intillion. We have a squishy Zoroark, right? But here's the thing, sure, they have this amazing Pokemon, but Lapras, though, we have to commend Lapras as well, because Lapras is just pushing out so much mind games into PNK Hiraya.
Again, with the advantage that they have enough options, luxury, to force PNK on to a corner, and we saw them, really hesitating. I wouldn't say hesitating, but I would say they were going for desperate plays.
Right.
I feel is very much needed at that point. You look at PNK, 3 of their Pokemons was not even able to at least dunk any point. And that just means that there's a one-sided affair laning-wise. And, it's so exciting to see all these teams, all these community teams battle it out. And although we kind of hoped for a game number 3 between these two community teams that we do have, we will still be celebrating just because Omo Dragon Lee, it will be very exciting to see them in action tomorrow.
All right. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, for the Philippine qualifier of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, day number 1, we now have our top 8 for day number 2. It is going to be Secret Rare Diamond going against Terra Volt. We have Night Fox versus Isen Celto. We have Omo Dragon Lee going against No Sympathy, and Lason Fox going against Secret Rare Pearl.
So we do have 2 Foxes of still
both of those teams.
Lason
Fox and Night Fox. Yeah.
Night Fox, very promising. All those teams that we thought was very promising in day number 1 did survive into day 2. Kind of expected, and again, tomorrow most likely will be the same time, right?
I mean, for day number 1, right? We're on a single eliminations, right? And that means we are. I guess this is the phase that you call like the filtering phase here. And definitely, if we were able to see like 2 zeros all day, all throughout, right? All across the board here, well, not over. It's just the most, right? We're able to get 2 0. Well, for the stream.
No,
for the stream, right? But not because there was
a game number 3, and then there was not.
But for game number 2, right?
Yeah.
These teams were very aggressive and were showing us what their prowess would just promise us game number 3s all throughout across the board for game number 2. And with that being said, we're headed into the brackets. Here we have it. Again, double eliminations for day number 2. Secret Rare Diamond going against Terra Volt. Night Fox going against Isen Celto. Omo Dragon Lee against No Sympathy. And Lason Fox against Secret Rare Pearl.
SR teams, the SR teams. We do have the SRD, the SRP. And just looking at the bracket alone, you basically just need to win twice, right? And by winning twice, you qualify yourself on to the playoffs, which is going to happen next week.
Right. Yeah, next week. Yeah. Well, why was I alluding? Yeah. So December 2nd, which is today, December 3rd, which is day 2 brackets, right? And now we're going to have, the playoffs on December 9th and 10th for the remaining 8.
Exciting day.
It is going to be an exciting
day number 1. I hope you enjoyed, because we definitely had a blast.
We definitely had a blast, and man, we're going to be having more Pokemon Unite action only here at Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Philippine Open 2023, especially for tomorrow when we come back for more Pokemon Unite action. action. My name is JJ, and this is Odaluz, and this is Pokemon Unite. We'll see you.